like to, but again, if you would like to understand in details the differences, practical, theoretical differences between these concepts, as it's mostly confused in translanguaging research, I'd like to discuss that with you during the questions and answers session. So let's look at a simple activity first. This is a situation. It says, there is a situation where diverse groups of people are conversing. When we talk about diverse groups of people, like you all just highlighted a while ago, diversity in all its forms: linguistic diversity, cultural diversity, ethnic diversity, sociocultural diversities, and all of those things. So think of a situation where diverse groups of people are conversing. So they having an interaction basically. And in this interaction, they showcasing the fluidity of language use. So what I want to ask is, again, it's a workshop, so I hope it's okay if I do ask certain questions, but you're just going to do a couple of activities just when I introduce new concept, all right? The rest of it, I'm going to provide the input just so you relax. So I wanted to think about, in 1 minute, just think about a situation where, or a situation, in this case, a context. So a contextual situation where diverse groups of people are conversing, and in their conversation or interaction, they are making use of their full linguistic repertoire. They are showcasing the fluidity of language. They are breaking the barriers that socioculturally divide languages in terms of usage. So 1 minute, think about such situations in terms of context, in terms of the kind of place, the kind of interaction. You can go beyond the classroom. You can think of the classroom and also outside the classroom. So you can have a broader perspective of this activity. Now, while you're thinking about that, let me highlight for you a couple of situations before we delve into what translanguaging really is. And I think that an understanding of this activity will help you to easily understand what translanguaging really is in simple terms. Now, so the question is, what situational context might that be? Again, the situational context, remember, it's where diverse groups of people, again, diversity here in all its forms, cultural diversity, linguistic diversity, and otherwise, showcasing the fluidity of language use. Now, I put together some of them for you. Think about the first one. We're thinking about multilingual urban environment. So I'm going to take a very broader perspective to discussing this first. Then I'm going to narrow it down into ELT, which is more relevant to us. And the purpose of doing this again is to aid your understanding of the concept of translanguaging. So if we think about multilingual urban environment, if we think about, by this I mean cities where there's a high number of immigrants, for example, if you think about New York City, if you think about London, if you think about Dubai today, and even Bangkok as well, you realize that moving around these cities, you find a huge influx of immigrants, foreigners, or whatever name you have for them, who are, if you were to engage in a conversation with them or eavesdrop into conversations, you realize that there is a mix of languages within such context where you do not hear only the local language in the host country, you also hear the languages that these immigrants bring into this context. So, and they keep doing this shiftings or fluidity in language use as they engage in interactional discourse. So think about multilingual urban environment. Also think about international conferences and meetings. And I'm sure we all can relate to this because this is what we do best. If you think about attending an international conference, it's usually a one where you have academics from different social cultural backgrounds. I mean, if you read some of the statistics, they'll tell you they've got, participants from across 50 countries, 60 countries. And so you have a diverse groups of participants here. What you notice if you are keen into language use in contexts like this, You would hear people using different languages to discuss as they move across different people at the conference. So you would hear a diversity of language use or language varieties within that international space. You would hear a lot of jargons that indicate in-group language usage. And all of this is indicative of the fact that when we are engaged in conversation within a diverse environment or an environment where there is a huge diversity in terms of people and languages, there is the tendency where in language contacts, you have language mixing up with each other, as a way of reflecting the linguistic repertoire of the language users. So think about international conferences. Also think about cultural festivals or events. Cultural festivals like if you've got global celebrations, you talk about Mr. Global, you talk about Miss Universe. For anybody who watches programs like this, you realize that there are segments where they allow the participants to show their ability to communicate across languages. And it's beautiful to see how participants at such event mix languages to share traditions, to show their multilingual abilities, and so on and so forth. Also think about social media, which is what we're into today. Think about online communities. Think about social media platforms. Think about social groups, academic groups, forums. Think about pages on your Facebook or Instagram or whatever. Think about the usage of emojis and shorthand and slangs. Think about the interplay of different languages, especially if you belong to a group where there are participants from diverse linguistic backgrounds. You realize that there's a tendency for people to drop in slangs or use emojis, which mean different things to different people, all right? And so you need a knowledge of culture. You need to have a cultural understanding of what this emojis means to be able to understand the intended meanings of the participants, because different emojis, of course, mean different things for different people in different countries. Also think about collaborative work environment. If you're working in a university, if you're teaching in a classroom, or if you're teaching in a school where there is a huge diversity in terms of teaching staff, in terms of the workforce there, it's really diverse. So you've got people from different linguistic backgrounds. Also think about this as a good context for language fluidity. Also think about tourism and hospitality interactions. When you go to touristic cities or touristic destinations, like if we talk about Thailand, like Phuket and Pattaya, you would find, a nice interplay of linguistic fluidity there. Again, because it's an environment that caters for diversity, or that made for diversity to flourish, from linguistics to other aspects of language. Now, you also think about family gatherings in multicultural households. You have, where they use different languages to bridge each other. If you think about intercultural relationships, if you think about interracial relationships, interracial marriages, intercultural marriages, and all of these things, you realize that you can also see aspects of language fluidity in such context. Now, if you understand that, then that's a good background for you to understand what translanguaging is. So let me provide for you a couple of definitions of translanguaging, and then I'm going to take you a little bit into how it came about, so you understand that there are different versions to translanguaging, and it depends on how you look at it. But basically, translanguaging is the dynamic process. There's that aspect of dynamism in translanguaging. By dynamism here, we're talking about fluidity. So dynamism as opposed to staticness. So it is not static, it's a dynamic process. It's a fluid process of using one's full linguistic repertoire to make meaning, to communicate, and to learn. So basically, from this definition, we see the aspect of dynamism here, where learners actually make use of their full linguistic repertoire. And by their full linguistic repertoire here, we're talking about their knowledge of all the languages that they know. So they use these languages as a resource to help them in making meaning when they communicate with each other or when they are learning in the classroom. But you also have another definition that says, again, that the key term dynamic shows up here, where it's about the seamless and dynamic use of multiple languages in a natural. So this is where we're looking at things like spontaneous translanguaging. If you've read the book by Gotha, in 2023, they talked about on pedagogical translanguaging. They also mentioned spontaneous translanguaging there. So spontaneous translanguaging, it's a situation that people make use of their full linguistic repertoire within a natural environment in a manner that's seen natural to them and that's seen normal to them. So it just happens, it's not planned. It just happens because these are multilingual speakers with a full linguistic repertoire, which can be associated to different languages from the society in which they live. So we're talking about the multiple languages in a natural, fluid manner by multilingual individuals. So you see the aspect of multilingualism comes into play here. All right. And we also have this one that says it's not simply switching between languages, but it's rather drawing on the full range of linguistic resources to make meaning. So again, these are some of the definitions that are a little bit tricky, where people find it a little bit confusing between translanguaging and code switching. So we say that translanguaging doesn't just go across languages, but it also goes beyond languages, you see. So we're not just going across languages, which is the case of code switching, but translanguaging goes beyond. So I think you need to think about this key term as going across and going beyond. They're not the same thing. So going across ends at the level of code switching, but translanguaging goes beyond that into looking at other aspects of shuttling between languages, looking at things relating to semiotics as well. So, having said that, it's important to point out three key features of translanguaging. The first, which is integration. Remember that when we talk about integration here, as it relates to translanguaging, I think I gave a lecture one time. I'm not sure it was, should be last year or so, but still at BRU, where I was looking at translanguaging from the perspective of global Englishes. And this is where we're talking about language varieties. You see, when we talk about translanguaging here, and we are highlighting the fact that it's a practice of bilingual or multilingual speakers, how they seamlessly and dynamically use languages to communicate. So we're talking about multilingual speakers with different languages in their repertoire. But you also have situations where translanguaging also happens within a language. If you take, for example, the English language, research from the perspective of global Englishes or world Englishes has established the fact that deviation from standard English is not an error, and that such deviations have been normalized within their context of usage, thereby accrediting them as legitimate and authentic varieties of English. So today we're talking about Singaporean English, we're talking about Thai English, we're talking about Malaysian English. So you can also have translanguaging across different English varieties, all right? And that's another thing you need to think about. So it's not just translanguaging or shuttling between or across languages or going beyond languages, but you can also go beyond varieties of the same language, okay? That's something important you need to think about. So I can pick up that with you during questions and answers if you're interested, but I already gave a lecture on translanguaging from a global English's perspective. So I'm not going to talk so much about that in this presentation, but I can pick that up with you during questions and answers. But my focus today is translanguaging in intercultural communication, where there are diverse. So we're looking at multilingualism here, multilingualism and multiculturalism. All right. So within an environment where there are speakers who are able to use different languages and from diverse cultural backgrounds. Think about another key feature, which is flexibility. Now, again, remember that in the first definition of translanguaging, I said dynamism is a key term to translanguaging. Translanguaging, it's not a static concept in practice. Whether in theory or in practice, it's not static. And that's why there's a lot of integration and there's a lot of flexibility. And by flexibility here, we're talking about context. So we need to understand that a hallmark to understanding translanguaging is context of use, and that we need to adapt to the context of use to be able to serve the communicative needs of the interactants or of our learners. So if we need to adapt, it means that we cannot be strict on language boundaries. If we need to adapt, it means that we cannot categorize, as the case with immersion or bilingual classrooms, where we say this is time for English only, and this is time for the local language only. So if we need to adapt in a flexible manner, it means there has to be an interplay, there has to be an interwoven of the different languages within that context. In a bilingual context, there has to be that flexibility moving across and beyond the first language or the L1 and the target language. In a multilingual context, there has to be that flexibility of moving across the different languages available for that context. So understanding the context, is it a bilingual context? Is it a multilingual context? If you have an understanding of the context, then it helps you better to understand, how to be flexible enough to make sure that you can integrate. You see the term again? You make sure you can integrate all the available resources in that context for language and for communicative purposes. And by doing so, you are going beyond strict language boundaries, because such flexibility calls for a breakaway of language boundaries that tells you that you can only use English only in an English classroom, and you can only use the L1 only in the L1 classroom. But we can, combine the two with either of the classrooms to serve our communicative and language learning needs. The third key feature of translanguaging is creativity. And this is where it gets even more interesting. I mentioned earlier that translanguaging doesn't just go across, languages. It also goes beyond languages, in the sense that it allows us the opportunity, it allows us language users the opportunity to be able to create. Think about slangs, think about jargons, think about emojis, think about all of these things put together. So we're talking about the ability of language users to be able to blend different languages and create something that is all unique to their context and to their interactional experience. So from this, you realize that translanguaging, it's really about the language users. It's not about the language itself. While code switching or code mixing focuses on the language, translanguaging focuses on the users of the language. So translanguaging is about the user's ability to integrate, the user's ability to be flexible across languages, and the user's ability to be creative. The users here can either be the teachers or the students, as long as they have a rich linguistic repertoire with resources belonging to what society would call different languages, and they are able to integrate these different resources together in a way that helps them, that assists them in communicating effectively, going beyond just language use to other aspects of multimodalities, like gestures, like signs. Think about how creative that could be. So here are key features to translanguaging. Again, if you understand that, then I would just want to quickly point this out to you. I mentioned I'm not going to talk in detail about this, but I thought I should put the slide here just to help you understand that there is a difference between translanguaging, code switching, and code mixing. And for you to understand that, you need to know what code switching is. So code switching simply means moving between two languages within a single utterance or conversation. It's an old concept that has been in research for a long time, back then in the days of the introduction of second language acquisition. So it's when you use two different languages within a single utterance, all right? So it's code switching. Code mixing, it's when you blend elements belonging to different languages within a single utterance. There is a difference, and you can look that up or bring it up in the discussion. But think about translanguaging as a broader concept, okay? As a broader concept that encompasses. So translanguaging encompasses code switching, code mixing, as well as other linguistic practices. Like I mentioned, you talk about translation. There are a couple of research there that looks at translanguaging in translation. Translanguaging is transliteration, translanguaging in language play. And these are all different, very active areas of research where people are investigating translanguaging across different disciplines. But the whole point, again, I'd like to highlight is the fact that code switching and code mixing focuses on the language, you see. It's talking about switching between languages. So the focus is on the language. Meanwhile, translanguaging focuses on the users of the language, while code switching only looks at language, moving between languages that's across languages. Translanguaging goes beyond that to look at other aspects of the speaker's language use. But then it's important to have a brief historical background, a very brief historical background to what translanguaging is. I mean, you can read that in the literature, but let me highlight a few for you. That it started in the 1980s. You know about St. Williams, who was researching in the Wales context. Remember that this particular context was a bilingual context. So you see, translanguaging actually started in bilingual education, where the learners had to learn in English and in Welsh. So because they had to learn in these two languages, there was a strict language policy in Wales at this time, where students were not allowed to use Welsh in the English classroom. And so Williams realized that that made learning really difficult for the students back then, and that they were unable to effectively understand the concept and the lesson taught. They were unable to learn the language English, which was the target language, and they were also unable to understand the concept that were taught to them in English. So what he did was he integrated, again, the word integration. He integrated using the L1, which is Welsh, in teaching the target language, which is English. And so he found out that it was so effective that, contrary to traditional second language acquisition research that says that for you to effectively acquire the target language, you need to immerse completely yourself in the target language, and you need to have zero exposure to your L1. But this research started off as a pioneering work that actually challenged that particular theory that had been existing in second language acquisition research for a long time. And therefore, it led to the evolution within fields like sociolinguistics, applied linguistics, linguistic anthropology, and even English language teaching. So it actually started within a bilingual context. And from this time till present day, translanguaging has been stretched from beyond bilingual context to multilingual context. That's the first thing you need to understand. It has also been stretched from beyond looking at separate languages to different varieties, to different varieties of the same language. I'm going to repeat that again. Again, translanguaging has been stretched from beyond looking at separate languages in bilingual context to now looking at different languages in multilingual context, because multilingualism seems to be the norm today with globalization, internationalization, migration, and what have you. Today, most societies today are multilingual, even in monolingual context by policy. And so there's also a shift from not just looking at separate languages, but also looking at different varieties of the same language. So there is a nice application of translanguaging in areas like global Englishes, where you're looking at how speakers who have a rich linguistic repertoire of different English varieties. If you do a simple YouTube search, you would find that there are speakers who can speak over 10. They can imitate over 10 different accents of English, from Indian to Jamaican to Singaporean to, so translanguaging also gets into looking at, the beauty that comes with shuttling across different varieties of the same language. So the key milestone has been a shift from language separation to fluid multilingualism in education. I already mentioned that. So, from a typical context in Wales, where you had English only for the students there to learn English, and now to a fluid usage of the different languages, not just in bilingual context, but also in multilingual context. Because I mentioned earlier, again, that our educational contexts today are highly multilingual, because with globalization, with immigration, with internationalization, you find that even our schools and universities today are filled up with international students from across different parts of the world. From the student body to the teaching staff, it's highly internationalized. And so because of this, you have this influx of languages into the host context, and you have this fluidity of language use within our educational context. And what this simply does is it emphasizes empowering marginalized linguistic communities or languages. Because with the English-only policy, or with the English-only situation, you realize that the dominant language, of course, takes the lead, and the less dominant language is marginalized. And so if you were a speaker of the less marginalized language, then you really do not have a voice. But because translanguaging calls for an integration of all repertoire resources, of all the languages available to learners in that context, you now realize that even the minoritized languages or minoritized speakers of certain languages now are able to express themselves with their own languages, integrating them into other languages within that particular context. So that makes it really beautiful, for translanguage research in educational context. Because if you read the literature into immigrant refugees and all of these things, you have people moving into English-speaking context. Usually, they form the minority in this context. They came in with their own language, and in the schools, they are not allowed to use their own local languages, and so they feel exempted from that particular community. So translanguaging is one of those very innovative theory that actually empowers immigrants, refugees in context where their language seems to be a minority, or their population seems to be the minority. All right. Let me now talk about some key principles of translanguaging. When I talk about key principles, these are some key highlights of translanguaging principles, key foundations, key aspects that you need to understand, to be able to have a fuller comprehension of what translanguaging really means. The first principle is that translanguaging looks at language as a resource. You see that? So it looks at language as a resource. Language is simply a tool for learning and communicating. Language is not a discrete skill that needs to be mastered. It's a tool for learning. It's a tool for learning. It's a resource that teachers can use to be able to assist their students to be able to learn and to master concepts. So if you're teaching something, for example, you're teaching a particular concept to your students in the target language and they find it difficult to understand, you can use the resource, translanguaging, you can use the resource you have. What are the resources you have in the classroom? It goes from linguistic to multimodals. You can look at your linguistic resources. So what is the L1 of the students in your class? Is it possible for you to explain the same concepts to them in their local language, in their L1, so they can be able to understand? In that way, you realize that you are facilitating learning by using the language resource in your classroom. So think about translanguaging as looking at language as a resource to assist in teaching and learning, and also to assist in meaning making in an intercultural context. So if we think about an intercultural classrooms where there are students from different linguistic backgrounds, translanguaging then becomes a useful tool to help these participants be able to communicate with each other, not just linguistically, but in a multimodal sense, that they can use body language and other resources to be able to negotiate meaning. The second principle is language is a social practice. So translanguaging views language as a social practice. That is to say that language is shaped, that is, language use is shaped by the social, cultural, and political spheres in which the users of those languages find themselves. So if you look at language use, it's meant for interaction. It's used to negotiate for meaning. It's used for cultural exchanges. It's used for this and that. So think about language as a social practice where through translanguaging, we can be able to use languages as a tool to be able to shape our own social and cultural realities and make for effective communication. Also think about another beautiful area or principle to translanguaging is language as a side of identity. Remember that when people communicate using language, what they are trying to do inadvertently is to indicate who they are and how they want to be seen. When you read identity research simply tells you how people identify themselves within different situational discourse practices. So translanguaging for bilinguals or multilinguals will be a way of them showcasing their own linguistic identity. So if they integrate their L1 into their L2, it's a way of identifying themselves linguistically with their L1. It's a way of portraying who they are. So if they're using Thai and English together, or Thai English and some other local languages, it's a Thai English and Isan in the Northeast, for example. It's an identity marker to show that I am a Thai, and not just a Thai, but I'm also from the Northeastern region where we use Isan. Don't confuse me with somebody from the North. Don't confuse me with somebody from Bangkok. I am from the Northeast. So it's an identity marker, how we want to be seen and who we are. Think about that. So it's indicative of individual identity and also collective identity as a people. If you think about communities now, if you think about like immigrant communities or international student population within your school, then you're thinking about a community where there are groups of people from the same linguistic cultural backgrounds integrating with the host society and using language as an identity marker to let people know that even though we are in the host culture, we are not nationals of this culture. And so we can express ourselves with what makes us us linguistically. Now let's contrast translanguaging with other multilingual approaches. Um, if you think about translanguaging, which we have established and nicely explained so far, then you also need to think about other multilingual approaches. Translanguaging, it's not only a bilingual approach, it's a multilingual approach, which means that translanguaging it's applicable to both bilingual context and multilingual context. Remember how it started? It originated from a bilingual classroom situation in Wales, and it has been extended in research into multilingual context. And so this is one of the points where people that are new into the field get confused with translanguaging and code switching, because they say if it's a bilingual context and we're looking at two languages, then it should be code switching and not translanguaging. Again, I'd established the fact that translanguaging, of course, it's very much visible in bilingual situation, and there's extensive body of research to prove this to be true, as well as also in multilingual context. But because of, as I mentioned, globalization, internationalization, immigration, and all of these factors that makes people move here and there, across different contexts and different continents, the norm today seems to be multilingualism. So multilingualism, it's a popular norm today in most society because of the movement of people across geographies. So this makes for an exhaustive list of multilingual approaches in the literature. Now, the first multilingual approach you want to think about is bilingual education. And I'm going to show you a table that actually contrasts these three from different aspects. But at the moment, you can just look at this. So the approaches that we can contrast translanguaging with, because translanguaging more or less gets confused with these approaches. We're thinking about bilingual education. We're thinking about language immersion. So bilingual education, language immersion. These are very two conflicting approaches to translanguaging. And sometimes if you're not if you haven't read deep into the field of translanguaging, you may find them confusing. You may be describing an immersion situation thinking it's translanguaging, just as you may be describing a bilingual situation, from a code switching perspective, thinking it's translanguaging, because you can actually argue for translanguaging in a bilingual context, just as you can argue for code switching in a bilingual context. It depends on whether you understand the principles and the key features of translanguaging and how those are integrated in teaching and learning in your context. Let's look at this table to better understand how this looks like. I'm not sure if you can see it very well. But if you look at, you can just zoom into your screen. You can just zoom in, zoom out to look at it clearly. But I divided the explanation. I made the contrast for you based on different aspects. The first one by definition. So if you look at, we already said translanguaging, it's the fluid use of multiple languages to communicate and to learn. And we did say that we can integrate this in the classroom fluidly by deploying the learner's full linguistic resources, whether it's their target language or their L1 or other languages that they bring into the classroom. As long as these linguistic resources helps the learners to learn the language and also to learn the context, then they can be integrated in teaching and learning for effective teaching and learning and communication as well. But in a bilingual education, what you realize is that there are two separate languages in teaching academic content. So in a bilingual situation, like the case in Wales, where translanguaging started, so they can say, for example, you are going to learn history in Thai, for example, and you're going to learn maybe geography in English. So the content subjects were ascribed different languages for instruction. Think about that. But language immersion now it deals with teaching all or most subject in a second language. With language immersion, this is rooted again in traditional second acquisition language research that says that for you to effectively acquire the target language, you need to completely immerse yourself in the target language. So language immersion says that English only. So regardless of the subject they teach, everything is instructed in English. Language immersion doesn't allow the usage of the L1. Language immersion dismisses, totally frowns against the use of the L1. It's English only, and it's English always for immersion. In terms of focus, like we mentioned, you would see that translanguaging integrates, all right? Translanguaging integrates languages, again, to help with a deeper understanding of the content or the language you're teaching, and also to help with communication. So there's that aspect of integration with translanguaging. But in a bilingual education, the focus is to develop students' bilingualism. The focus is to make students to be able to be bilingual in the two languages that are in that context. So, for example, if you think about a bilingual education classroom, like I think some schools in Thailand do this, if not most schools, where the foreign teacher teaches a content in English, and then the Thai teacher comes in and teaches the same content in Thai. That's a good example of bilingual education. So the same thing is taught in two different languages so that the learners can be proficient in both languages. So the focus of bilingual education is proficiency or competency in the two languages. But for immersion, there's nothing about the two languages. For immersion, competency or proficiency has to be in the target language only. And that is why they discourage the usage of the L1 or other language resources within the particular context. But again, translanguaging incorporates everything together. If you look at it from a pedagogical dimension, you realize that with translanguaging, because it's flexible, because it's integrative, because it's creative, so what happens is translanguaging has been proven in research to be very effective, to be used by both teachers and students. In the case of teachers, that teachers can use translanguaging to encourage their students to be able to learn. There's a huge amount of research that has established the effectiveness of translanguaging for motivation, that when you teach students and you allow them the ability to use the languages that they have in their repertoire for discussion, for pair work project, for brainstorming and what have you, that students get to be more engaged in the lesson. They get to be more active in the lesson. They get to be more active in participation in the activity than if you were to limit them to only English, which they seem to have very low proficiency in. So pedagogically, translanguaging encourages, you see a key word there, translanguaging encourages the flexibility of language use. Translanguaging encourages the integration of language use, and translanguaging encourages the creativity of language use, as long as it helps with meaning making, facilitating learning, and easing communicative interaction among your learners. But in bilingual education, pedagogically, you realize that, again, the subjects are taught in two different languages, and the main goal here is to have a balanced bilingualism. This is usually the case in bilingual contexts or countries. Like you can think of Cameroon with English and French. You can think of Canada as well with English and French. And of course, even in other contexts, they also have bilingualism programs where you can have the target language and maybe another foreign language being taught in separate languages to be able to help the learners in that context become bilingual, maybe in Thai and in English. But again, with the immersion approach, pedagogically, nothing about the L1, nothing about the mother tongue. There's a total immersion of students in the target language to promote natural acquisition. So again, when you think about immersion, nothing about the L1. So the L1 is totally discouraged in that context. In terms of language use now, think about it. In terms of language use, we remember I mentioned that translanguaging calls for a flexible and simultaneous use of multiple languages, because translanguaging, it's a dynamic practice. So in terms of language use, translanguaging allows for the flexibility of language learners to be able to deploy linguistic resources in a way that seems natural to them, to help with understanding and also to facilitate teaching in the classroom. But for the bilingual approach, it's been structured. It's been structured in a way that you have different times to learn different languages. So they can tell you something like from 8 to 9 o'clock, you're going to be learning history in Thai, for example. And from 9 to 10 o'clock, you're going to be learning history in English. So the whole thing is structured in the sense that you learn one language at a time, the other language at a time, again, to build balanced bilingualism. But translanguaging calls for an incorporation on everything together to ease and to facilitate learning. Immersion, again, it's simple that the focus is on acquiring the target language. So they try as much as possible to minimize learners' exposure to the first language. So in some schools, I think I've had teachers teaching in Thailand share experience of this situation where they would tell the students that if you use Thai in my class, you're going to pay 5 baht. So anytime you use Thai language in my class, you pay 5 baht. If you use it 2 times, you pay 10 baht and things like that. This is a way to punish the learners or to discourage the learners from using their first language, because the purpose of the immersion program is to expose the learners as much as possible to the target language and to cut them off or to discourage them from exposure to the first language. All right. So you have such penalties like that to discourage L1 usage. Philosophically, think about translanguaging and as embracing, linguistic diversity and fluidity. Again, translanguaging as a philosophical approach is not just embracing linguistic diversity. Like I said, it also caters for minoritized communities as well. It also caters for minoritized identity as well. So that's why translanguaging, it's more inclusive because it embraces all kinds of diversity. Cultural diversity, religious diversity, social diversity in terms of social class, gender diversity. You also have to think of diversity in all its dimensions. These are all incorporated in translanguaging research. And there's a huge body of literature research that has actually suggested or showed us the effectiveness of incorporating translanguaging in identity research, translanguaging, for example, in classroom research, identity, for example, in business research. I think recently, Dr. Akarapan published a paper on translanguaging in business research, and so you see, it's beautiful how translanguaging can be incorporated in all of this context where the fluidity of language usage is seen. But again, if you think about bilingual education, all right, think about the fact that it is being structured in a way that there is a promotion of balanced bilingualism where each language is introduced at a particular time. If you think about immersion education, you think about the fact that it is just the target language that is a priority. And so this happens in EP program, or EMI program, where they claim that the whole language of instruction is English. But even within EMI, translanguaging research has challenged, the suitability of the E in EMI education, and that lots of beautiful publications on that, and I'm going to be sharing them with you later on in the afternoon. How translanguaging now embraces other aspects in other fields and challenges, the E in EP program, the English in English program, and also the E in English as the medium of instruction program. Where does the priority lies is the focus of our discussion. Educational context, of course, translanguaging happens in both formal and informal context. Again, if you read the book by Senos and Gota in 2003. The title of the book, it's published by Cambridge University Press. It's a very new book. It's a handy book, couple of pages, very insightful, good to read. The title of the book, it's Pedagogical Translanguaging, all right? And in the book, Pedagogical Translanguaging, the focus is on the teacher's ability to plan lessons to teach their students, incorporating all the linguistic resources within the classroom. But in that book also, they also made a distinction between pedagogical translanguaging and spontaneous translanguaging. Spontaneous translanguaging is what you refer to as how people normally move beyond and across languages in everyday situation. Okay, crap, and all of those things. Moving between languages in a very natural environment. So spontaneous translanguaging is what happens every day in a multilingual context. Spontaneous translanguaging is what you would observe, as I earlier mentioned those contexts to you at the beginning of my lecture, what you would observe in immigrant cities. It's what you would observe if you go to a place like New York, what you would observe if you go to a place like Bangkok, Pattaya, Phuket, what you would observe if you have a school where there are lots of international students. Informal interaction, you will observe spontaneous translanguaging. But then pedagogical translanguaging is about the teacher. So here, it's not just doing anything anyhow, but it's about the teacher strategically planning to incorporate the learner's linguistic resources in teaching and learning. So pedagogical translanguaging is the strategic and planned application of translanguaging in the classroom. For example, the teacher can give a task, for example, maybe a group work, and says, sit together in groups of 3, discuss on this topic. You can discuss in whatever language you choose, allowing them to use their full linguistic repertoire, brainstorm in whatever language you choose, allowing them to brainstorm using their full linguistic repertoire, discuss with your friends in whichever language you choose, allowing them to interact together to co-construct meaning with your peers in the classroom using translanguaging, and then present in front of the class in the target language. So it's all about knowing where the students should use the L1 or other linguistic resources and how they should use it. So pedagogical translanguaging is not just anything like most people will think. Like people will think, but if you just allow them to use any language they choose to use, isn't the classroom going to be chaotic? Isn't there going to be confusion in the classroom? These are questions people ask. But again, like I'm still saying it, that the understanding of it is planned and strategic. So it's not just anything goes. It's about knowing when to use it, knowing where to use it, and knowing how to use it. And the learners in the classroom can be guided on when to incorporate their full linguistic resources and when to use the target language. So it is planned, it is strategic. and they call that pedagogical translanguaging. But in a bilingual education, you realize that because it's a formalized programs in school, they've got different learning goals. And the purpose here again is we want our learners to be bilingual. We want them to be able to speak the two languages effectively, proficiently. So they tailor the programs in a way that these students are exposed to the two languages at different times so they can be bilingual in both languages. But again, in the immersion program, of course, there is zero exposure to the first language and everything it's about the target language. So I hope by this you can be able to understand the differences between translanguaging, bilingual education, which is where you can situate code mixing and code switching, and also language immersion, which is also where you can situate code switching and code mixing. Okay, so in other words, instead of saying the difference between code switching and code mixing, I thought I should bring out some of the key theoretical aspects that are related to translanguaging but different from translanguaging. They contrast with translanguaging in a distinctive manner. And again, this concept, bilingual education and language immersion, and there is a difference in them, but you can see from this table that translanguaging, again, it's fluid. Translanguaging integrates in terms of focus. Translanguaging pedagogically encourages students. Translanguaging is flexible in terms of language use. Translanguaging embraces linguistic diversity. Okay, and translanguaging can be both pedagogical as well as spontaneous. Okay. Let me see. We're supposed to have a short break at 10:30. So let me see if I can talk a little bit more, then we can take a short break, short coffee break. Now, so if you understand that from the previous slide, if you understand this table, and you understand the fact that there is a huge difference between translanguaging, bilingual education, and language immersion, then you realize that only from this table that there is a call to doing something different from a translanguaging perspective. That translanguaging challenges the norms of bilingual education. That translanguaging challenges the norms of language immersion programs. Because again, in a bilingual education, it says competency in two distinct languages. So the focus is on the languages in a bilingual education, just as the focus is on the target language in language immersion program. So the focus is using the target language. But translanguaging contrasts these two approaches by calling for embracing, integrating the fluidity, the flexibility of all languages within that particular context. And so it would be right to say that translanguaging is a paradigm shift. So when we say translanguaging is a paradigm shift, it's a shift from what to what? It's a shift from bilingual education, where the focus is on bilingualism in two languages, to the usage of all full linguistic repertoire. It's a shift from English only in an immersion program, where the focus is on the target language, to the incorporation of the learner's full linguistic resources for content learning and also for language learning. So translanguaging has been referred to as a paradigm shift, a novel paradigm shift, again, because it challenges traditional linguistics. Translanguaging rejects the notion of pure languages. You know, the notion of pure languages here means that if you are learning English in an EP program, they tell you that in the EP program, we only speak English. All our teachers are native speakers, or our teachers, even when they are Thais, they use only English. They do not use Thai in the EP program. In the EMI program, there's that notion of pure language, because they discourage the usage of the L1, because they want the learners to speak what you would call pure English. English without mixing other languages, English without mixing resources from other languages. But you see, because translanguaging calls for an inclusiveness of all languages available to the learners, it therefore rejects the notion of pure languages, whether in a bilingual education situation or in an immersion program situation. So it recognizes the fluidity of linguistic practices. The fluidity of linguistic practices because our learners today in our classrooms are so multilingual in terms of the different languages they can speak, and they are so multilingual in terms of the different varieties of English that they can speak. And so there is a need for us to recognize these multilingual aspects of our learners and be able to use them to their own advantage for teaching and learning. Again, it's a paradigm shift because it empowers multilingual speakers. Imagine yourself as a multilingual speaker to study in an EP program or in a bilingual program. Now, it's even better off a little bit in the bilingual program because the bilingual program says that you can use the two languages that you know, but you can only use them in distinct contexts. So if in this context you're supposed to use English, then you cannot use Thai, only English. But of course, it allows you other contexts where you can use Thai only and not English, because the goal again is to reinforce bilingualism and to train the learners to become bilinguals in both languages. But it gets even worse when it comes to immersion programs, because with immersion programs, as a multilingual, you can't, because to be a multilingual speaker means that you are able to speak different languages. So in immersion programs, it tells you you cannot speak any other language apart from the target language. So it robs off the multilingual speaker's ability to be able to express his or herself in a linguistic manner that identifies him or herself as somebody who is multilingual. It's a way of reducing multilingualism to monolingualism. And so with translanguaging, multilingual speakers are now empowered. How? They are empowered because they now have the leverage, the liberty to be able to use their full linguistic repertoire to communicate. Translanguaging validates their linguistic identity, their diverse linguistic identity. So from a translanguaging stance, they are able to be able to communicate linguistically across the different resources that they have. I also mentioned the fact that with translanguaging now, there is a breach in the gap between the dominant and minoritized language. If you talk about dichlosia is a situation in social linguistics where there is the high language or the low language. That is to say, there's the language of the majority and the language with the minority. And so the high language or the language with the majority tends to gain prominence than the minoritized language. So in a situation, in a bilingual or immersion situation, such learners from a minoritized community are disadvantaged or are disadvantaged. But from a translanguaging stance, everybody is empowered because you can use your full linguistic repertoire to communicate. And that makes it even more beautiful. So that's a good place to end at exactly 10:28. So I think we still have about 2 minutes. We can start off questions and answers based on my lecture in the first part into the coffee break. When we come back from the coffee break, I'm also going to allow us a couple of minutes to have a little bit of discussion on translanguaging, to take questions, concerns, comment, observation before we move into intercultural communication. So if there are any questions, I think I'll be most happy to take them at this time, or something you would like to share, an observation from your own classroom situation or context, something you would like us to know, please, this is the time. Whitney?
Thank you, Dr. Ag, for that insightful lecture. Maybe we can take a 15-minute coffee break first.
Okay.
When we come back, we can come to the Q&A session.
Beautiful. All right. I'm cool with it.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right. Thank you. So we have a 15-minute break. All right.
you. So everyone, please return to your seats by 10:45 a.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right. Thank you, Whitney.
Thank you.
Okay. So welcome back from the coffee break, everybody. So before we had the coffee break, I was introducing us, or we were discussing together on the concept of translanguaging, and we discussed a couple of issues there. So I just wanted to find out if there are any questions before we move on to the next concept. Remember, I mentioned in the title that I'm first going to be introducing all these three concepts to us: translanguaging, intercultural communication, and English as a lingua franca. And then I'm going to move on to marrying all the three concepts together and showing how research can transcend from translanguaging into intercultural communication and into English as a lingua franca context. So, are there any questions or comment, observation? Anything anybody would like to share before we move on to intercultural communication? Or if there are none, I can carry on and spare some time before the lunch break for a more thorough questions and answers, if that's okay. So if you have a question, please just raise your electronic hand and I would be able to see that on the screen and then give you the opportunity to ask a question. Or you can type your question in the chat box. I should be able to read it and then answer the question. Or better still, you can contact Whitney and send your questions to her, and she'll be kind enough to read the question for me to answer. So you can choose any of this. Anybody has something to?
I would like to ask you one question.
Yes, please.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to say many thanks for your wonderful lecture. It's amazing knowledge I have gained in your webinar today. Translanguaging is beautiful to make teachers conduct their teaching effectively. I can find that translanguaging can help students to foster their criticality and creativity, and also to help students to help teacher to create very good learning environment related to well-being or affective filter. Can you help us to know more about that? How to integrate translanguaging in teaching, real authentic teaching, real life teaching, to help students to foster their creativity, criticality, and help teacher to foster effective filter. It means to have a to help students to be happy, to related to well-being during teaching process.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your questions and observation. If you've been following the lecture, I already mentioned that there's a huge body of literature already that establishes the fact that translanguaging is effective for students' well-being. If you read that in motivation research, it's effective for motivation and classroom engagement. And that translanguaging also is an effective approach because it allows learners to be creative. To be creative here means it gives them what we call a translanguaging space. It creates for them a translanguaging space where they can be independent in their own linguistic right to be able to use language fluidly and in manners so creative that suggest their own linguistic realities or contextual realities. So translanguaging, and there's been a lot of research that has actually shown how creative students can be, not just linguistically in terms of coming up with new words, but also in terms of meaning making. That students through translanguaging can be very creative in terms of either extending meanings of words or assigning new meanings to words or creating new words with new meanings. So you can look at translanguaging in terms of especially translanguaging space. Research, Li Wei has done a couple of studies on that, where students were allowed a translanguaging space for this kind of creativity. If you look at research into translanguaging, again, translanguaging and motivation, that's translanguaging in discourse studies or discourse analysis, you would find a couple of studies there that suggest that translanguaging actually fosters a good learning environment because, again, it allows, think about a key term in it allows learners to have a comfortable space where nobody feels marginalized or minoritized, where everybody is given equal right linguistically to be able to express themselves and be able to be seen the way they want to be seen linguistically. So that kind of comfort allows learners to be able to have a good sense of well-being and a good sense of motivation, active participation, classroom engagement, and all of this really leads to a very good learning outcome. And Thai has done a couple of research to suggest this to be true in many contexts around. So you can read into, again, translanguaging as a broader context, you can read into this different areas: translanguaging in motivation research, translanguaging in identity research, translanguaging in discourse analysis. You're looking at engagement and well-being and all of these things. And you look at translanguaging space for creativity, you would have a lot of beautiful stuff on that. So if you'd like to read more on this, of course, you can always request for me to share with you some articles or some books on that, or you can talk to Dr. Akarapon. I think he's read a lot into all of this, and I think I like one of his recent publications on translanguaging within the business context. I think if you read that paper, you would learn a whole lot about this as well.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Oh, okay. So again, if you've got questions, anybody just raise your electronic hand and I should be able to get to you, or type it in the chat box and I'll be happy to read out and answer. Let me just jump quickly into our next concept, which is intercultural communication. I hope not to spend so much time on this because the students of BRU should be experts in this area already because you've got such a fine, knowledgeable, and active professor, Karapon, in this area. And I've been following your lectures on his post and everything else on intercultural communication. So I bet you I cannot beat him in this area, but I'll try to add my voice to his already established voice in the field. All right. So when we talk about intercultural communication, the whole idea here is navigating or understanding and navigating cultural differences. Again, remember that the whole idea of intercultural communication, it's diversity, it's differences, which seem to be a resounding of what translanguaging is. Because basically, translanguaging, it's resounding the idea of diversity, resounding the idea of differences. And that's the same kind of idea that intercultural communication has. And again, think about the fact that translanguaging goes beyond language to culture. Because if you think about multimodalities, you will think about cultural aspects of translanguaging, which fit nicely into intercultural communication. So in many ways, there is a nice marital union between translanguaging and intercultural communication because they go beyond linguistic norms to cultural differences. And it's all about navigating through linguistic boundaries, navigating through language boundaries, navigating through cultural boundaries for effective meaning, interaction, and communication. So, an activity again, think about, you may just think about this, you may not really do it, so I can catch up with a whole lot today. So the activity says, I'd like for you to provide examples of situational context with people from diverse backgrounds interacting and communicating. Now, if you're keen enough, you would realize that the activity for this one on intercultural communication in some sense seems to be the same as the activity for translanguaging. Again, the reason why this is so, like I mentioned, is the fact, just to tell you, that translanguaging goes beyond linguistic norms. It also intersects into cultural norms. And cultural norms being a huge part of intercultural communication is inseparable from the linguistic part of it. So it's like going back and forth between linguistics and culture culture here, it's a broader term for other aspects, non-linguistic. All right. So if you think about that, then you have such context as work collaboration. You know, you're talking about multilingual work collaboration where you're using languages and translation tools. You're talking about cultural festivals where there's an exchange of traditions and languages. We have a lot of such festivals in Thailand. We have also, like, you have ASEAN Expo, international trade fairs, some of those things. So you have different cultures coming together. We also have multilingual classrooms where students are leveraging their linguistic resources, because remember that language, it's part of culture, and culture, it's an important part of intercultural communication. You also have inclusive community meetings supported by interpreters. If you have conferences, or if you have meetings with members of different countries where some don't understand other languages, you have this kind of support. You have cross-cultural teamwork in sports, where we're talking about universal gestures. If you think about sports, for example, it's amazing really how you find in a sport team players from different countries, different linguistic backgrounds, communicating with each other in the pitch, and nobody understands each other's language. I mean, I'm not sure whether you watch football or not, you watch soccer or not, but it's always amazing how they communicate in a team manner, yet nobody understands each other's language. So you see that they are deploying multimodal resources here. It's not just about the word, it's about deploying multimodal resources. And you can see how different cultures within such context can be effective, in effective communication. I see some messages coming in and I'm going to take them a little bit later, please. So in defining intercultural communication, we think about it as the exchange of information and meaning between people from different cultural backgrounds. Again, I wanted to think of the term culture as inclusive of both linguistic and non-linguistic features, as inclusive of both language and other differences like religion, like gender, like age, like social class. Think about all of these differences, like nationality, like think about all of ethnicity, think about all of these different aspects as areas of differences within the cultural perspective. But the whole idea is that it's about understanding and respecting and valuing the beliefs and communication style of other people. Because truth be told, there is no way today you can live successfully without having interactions with people from different cultural backgrounds. Our world is so internationalized, it's so globalized that it's been described as a global village. It is very possible to have interactions with people from different cultural backgrounds today. From wherever you are to wherever you go to, you would always find people from the airport to the bus terminals, from our classrooms to our residential areas. You always find people from different backgrounds living together with us. And so the point now is, because of such intercultural context that we live in today, there's a need for us to have value for each other. There is a need for us to have respect for each other. There's a need for us to have value and also understanding of each other's, not just us as persons, but have values for their beliefs. So if you're Buddhist, another person is a Christian, another person is a Muslim, we have to have respect and understanding for their different values, for what they hold dear to them, so that we all can be able to live communally within the same context. So value is a key word in intercultural communication. Now, some of the key components of intercultural communication, you have verbal communication. Like I'm just going to go through this one quickly because I think we all share an understanding on this. So verbal communication, we're focusing on language, vocabulary, tone, style, and this is it's on verbal communication that you have the linguistic aspect of translanguaging, all right? Non-verbal communication like body language, gestures, facial expressions, and eye contact, which is where you have the multimodal aspects of translanguaging. You see, that's why I said translanguaging doesn't just go across languages like the case with bilingual, immersion, code switching, code mixing. It also goes beyond, because it looks at multimodal, non-verbal communicative aspects, okay, which is something that is not observable or something that we don't do in code switching research or in bilingual education or in immersion programs. There is also cultural values, all right? Remember that different people from different backgrounds, they've got unique belief systems, they've got unique norms, they've got unique attitude that shape their behaviors. And for us to be able to live interculturally, because we cannot deny the fact that our world is so interculturalized that we cannot live alone. We would have to live, study together, work with, travel with, fly with, train with, exercise with people from different backgrounds with different cultural values. So because we cannot dismiss these cultural diversities in our everyday interactions or communications, what we need to do is to understand that diversity, its beauty, is to understand that with such diversity, in terms of beliefs, norms, attitude, whatever, there's a need for us to have understanding, and value for each other so that we can together live happily within the same cultural space. There is also communication styles. Of course, you have direct communication styles, indirect. You have high context culture, low context culture. Again, I noticed that Ajana Karapon already touched on all of this. So you think about those ones. You can think about high context, low context, Asia, Europe, Africa. Think about it in terms of country-wise. Think about it in terms of race. In whatever aspect you want to look at them, it should still be okay. But these are key components that you need to understand, make up into cultural communication, verbal communication, non-verbal communication, cultural values, communication styles. And then, as beautiful as intercultural communication is, remember, because it allows us a space, it allows us a cultural space where different cultures can be able to sit together, where different cultures can be able to interact with each other, that different cultures can be able to embrace each other as long as we have value, respect, and understanding for one another. But this also comes with challenges. Challenges because we're talking about differences here. We're talking about diversity here. And sometimes the diversity can be so huge that mitigating such challenges might be somewhat difficult. If you think of the first challenge as language barriers, sometimes it can be difficult to understand and being understood, especially if you're from a context where probably the accent or the words or the vocabulary or the grammar has a totally different meaning in your own context. I'll give you a simple example. If you think about a South African person going to maybe a country like Thailand. So in Thailand, for example, we would call that thing at the intersection as traffic light. So the thing that tells you if it's red, stop. If it's green, you can drive through. At the intersections on the highway, motorway, on the road, we call it traffic light in most contexts. But in South Africa, they call it a robot. So you realize that sometimes with differences in words and the meanings of such words, it can be hard to communicate interculturally. Because if you were to tell a South African to just, stop over around the traffic light and wait for me to meet you, they will not even understand what you mean by traffic light, because traffic light means totally different from what you mean. So there is a need so you see that language barrier can be one of the challenges to intercultural communication because different words have different meanings in different contexts, okay? Think about that. And that's the beautiful thing about creativity too. Also, cultural misunderstanding. We talked about emojis we talked about slangs, we talked about, nonverbal cues, right? Sometimes these nonverbal cues, they mean different things in different contexts. So, for example, a word may have a positive meaning in Thailand, but it has a negative meaning in another context. Think about that. We also think about stereotyping and prejudice. These are all certain beliefs that people hold as they grew up within that context. So they grew up with certain perception that people of this kind, of this category, of this place are like this or are like that. When you grow up with such stereotypical mindset, you tend to judge people without getting to know them. But the beautiful thing about intercultural communication is that it gives us the ability to get to know people for who they are, that we cannot judge a set of people by a certain stereotype, but that even within a given set, within a given communities, there are individuals who may not fit within that general paradigm. And so intercultural communication gives us the ability to be able to get to know people. But cultural understandings in this life can be a challenge. Another thing that can be a challenge, again, is power dynamics. Again, think about high cultures and low cultures. Think about cultures in terms of powers, like countries that are very powerful. If you think about pop culture, for example, there are some pop cultures that are really dominating the international scene. If you think about pop culture from in Asia here, we have K-pop, pop culture from Korea. It's dominating the Asian market. If you think about internationally, pop culture from the Western world, the United States and countries in Europe, they are dominating the international world because these countries are more powerful than others. So what happens is that because these countries are more powerful, they tend to marginalize on minority cultures. All right. So that may seem to be a challenge because if you want to get a general understanding of a particular issue, you might have to cite powerful cultures because that is what is most internationally known. And that could be a challenge in intercultural communication. But then these challenges are without solutions. These challenges are not without overcoming proposals. So the first thing you can do is to develop cultural awareness. Sometimes, most times, people have certain stereotypical ideologies and prejudicial attitude towards certain groups of people because they are culturally unaware. So one of the ways to break the barriers of intercultural communication is to develop cultural awareness. And that's why you're studying intercultural communication with Ajahn Akrapon, and that's why you read books on that. And that's why you interact with other people, because the more you interact, the more you become aware of the fact that everybody, it's not like you. People all don't have the same religion as you. People all don't dress the way you dress. People don't talk the way you talk. People don't look like the way you look like. So exposure, it's very important in developing cultural awareness because you get to learn about different cultures, different styles. You get to learn things that challenge stereotypes about a particular groups. Now, because there are individuals who don't fit into those popular stereotypes, you also get to practice empathy because empathy, it's about understanding people from their perspective, okay? And that's very important. Another way to overcome, this language barrier is in intercultural communication. It's for effective communication strategies. So you need to think about the fact that different people from different parts communicate differently. I gave you the example of traffic light and robot. I gave you the example of many other things that are so different in different contexts. They mean different things. In some contexts, they mean positive. In some other contexts, they mean negative. So you need to develop communicative strategies to be able to understand this. One way to do that is to practice active listening and clarification. What do I mean? So if somebody were to say something and use the word maybe robot, your understanding of robot, it's so different. You might want to ask the person to clarify, what do you really mean by robot? So that kind of clarification will help you to be able to understand each other, thereby overcoming intercultural communication problems. Another thing could be nonverbal communication awareness. You need to be aware that different emojis mean different things for different people across different contexts. One sign may mean something good in this context, and in another context, it means something bad or a taboo. So you need to be interculturally aware that signs and symbols don't mean the same thing across cultures, okay? You also need to build trust and rapport to communicate, to negotiate meaning, and also use appropriate language and tone when you're able to, for you to be able to communicate interculturally. So, in summary, on intercultural communication, what I'm trying to say is that intercultural communication, it's complex, of course, as you can see, and I'm sure Ajahn Akrapon has established that for you already, that it's a complex issue, it's challenging, but then it's an essential skill for today's globalized world. It's complex because we're dealing with diversities of people. Think about how many countries on earth. Think about how many religions on earth. Think about different weather conditions. Think about different sociopolitical realities. All of these things, they shape our behavior and attitude in intercultural interactions. It's complex. Think about words with different meaning. It's complex. Yet, it is very essential today because we live in an intercultural world today. The world has become a global village where people from anywhere and everywhere are interacting at all levels and in every given space. So there is no way you can run away from it. Rather, you should learn the skill because it's very essential, for both formal and informal context. Secondly, by understanding and respecting cultural differences, you can build bridges for understanding and cooperation. This is very important. The key word here is having respect and understanding for differences. Remember that simply because it is wrong in your context doesn't mean it is wrong everywhere else in the world. So 1 + 1 can be 2 in Thailand, but in another context, it can be 5. You should be more open to differences in opinions, differences in attitude, differences in ideas, and that's how we learn from each other. And lastly, that effective communication requires ongoing learning. You see, it's a thing that will never stop. Why? Because each day, new cultural norms are coming up. New belief systems are being developed. New cultural practices are being developed. The old ones are becoming obsolete and new ones are being created, both linguistically and other cultural-wise. So there's a need for ongoing learning. There is a need for self-reflection, reflecting on your own self as a person, reflecting on your own attitude as a person towards others. There's also a need for commitment to building intercultural relationships, because that's another one effective ways to learn and to understand the principles of intercultural communication, building intercultural relationship, making friends with people from other countries and other contexts, talking to people from other contexts and other countries. That way, you get to open your mind to differences, which is part and parcel of today's reality. I'll jump quickly to English as a lingua franca before we get to the session for questions. So we've talked about translanguaging. We've talked briefly about intercultural communication. Let me talk again briefly about English as a lingua franca. Think about the fact that our world today, our society today has become such a great space for linguistic diversity and cultural diversity. Linguistic diversity from translanguaging, cultural diversity from intercultural communication. And you realize that because intercultural communication is an essential skill for the world today, different people from different cultural backgrounds now have to interact with each other. From business context to classroom situation, from classroom situation to the workplace, we have to interact at some point or another with people from different cultures. And so what happens is English as a lingua franca, as Jenkins 2009 would define it, it's a situation where speakers from different linguistic and cultural backgrounds use English as the medium of communication. I wanted to think about this carefully because I'm going to show you how translanguaging and intercultural communication challenges English as a lingua franca. Remember, there's a difference between multilingua franca and English as a lingua franca. English as a lingua franca focuses on English as the only medium of communication between and among speakers from different linguistics and cultural backgrounds. Think about it. In this context, English is the only medium of communication. So if a Thai, Japanese, Vietnamese get together and they want to communicate and they don't understand each other's local languages, then the only option they have is to use English as a medium of communication because of the international status of English. So think about that, because we're going to be looking at something a little bit different from this later on in the afternoon. So if we think about the rise of English as a lingua franca, like I said, it refers to the use of English as a common language for communication between people whose first languages are different. So English becomes the common language. English becomes the common language for communication, all right? So English becomes the common language for communication. But from a translanguaging perspective, I may just have to hint you a little bit on this. From a translanguaging perspective, English is not the only medium for communication in an intercultural context. English is not. There are other languages as well, because remember that translanguaging allows for the diverse usage of different languages. So that allows for people to use other languages in a multicultural, intercultural context, not only English. So today you would hear people talk about multilingua franca. Multilingua franca refers to the use of English or other languages, or the use of other languages, not only English, as a common language for communication between people whose first languages are different. But English as a lingua franca says English is the only option. Multilingua franca says English is one of the options. I hope that's understood. What are some of the factors contributing to the rise of English as a lingua franca? Again, you should be familiar with this concept. Globalization and internationalization, I've talked about that already. The dominance of English in businesses, in academia, and pop culture. Of course, if you study the rise of English, and if you study the global spread of English, you'll realize that English seems to be very dominant, present in all contexts, all countries. It's one of the highly studied foreign languages in the world. So because of the globalization, and internationalization, the dominance of English in business, in academia, and pop culture, you realize that there is an increasing rise of English as the only medium of communication. Okay, so English as a lingua franca, it's still a very productive area because of the increasing dominance of English in international spaces, in English as a central language context, and in English as a foreign language context. But you should also remember that it is not only English that is the only medium of communication between and among speakers from different linguistic and cultural backgrounds, but you also have other languages as well, because of the popularization of translanguaging, allowing for the leveraging of full linguistic resources. So people now have choices. You see, speakers or language users now have choices to either use English or other languages as a lingua franca when they communicate in an international or intercultural context where they all share different first languages. So one of the critiques of English as a lingua franca is homogenization of language. You see, this is what I just mentioned earlier, because when the idea of promoting ELF or English as a lingua franca naturally leads to the loss of linguistic diversity. Remember, I highlighted a few seconds back that ELF simply means English is the only medium of communication. When speakers from different linguistic backgrounds communicate, it's the only option they have, it's English. So if the only option they have is English, then multilingual speakers are suffering. Multilingual speakers cannot express themselves. Multilingual speakers cannot use their full linguistic repertoire. Linguistic diversity is crushed. Language death becomes common with the promotion of ELF. With the promotion of ELF, there is this dominance of native speakerism against non-native speakers. Because you see that the whole idea of native speakerism is the idea that the native speaker of English is better than non-native speakers of English, that standard native speaker varieties of English are more legitimate and better varieties of English than non-native varieties of English. But if you've been reading into the literature, all of these have been challenged. Like the first point, which is the spread of ELF, may lead to the loss of linguistic diversity. So today we talk about multilingua franca, not English as a lingua franca. But again, English as a lingua franca, it's still a very popular area of research. But to be more trendy, you talk about multilingua franca because students or people now have access to different linguistic resources in their repertoire, and they can deploy any in the conversation. The dominance of native speaker norms and the marginalization of non-native speaker norms, research into world Englishes has shown us that non-native speaker varieties of English are equally as legitimate as native speaker varieties of English. So that has been challenged. With ELF, there is a reinforcement of linguistic hierarchies, okay, where you say, oh, this country is better than this country because this country speaks better English. If you look at it in terms of Cratchill's 3 consecutive circles, where he talked about the inner circle, native speaking context, outer circle, English as a second language context, expanding circle, English as a foreign language context. You see, there's a linguistic hierarchy there. He calls the inner circle native speakers, those who provide the norms. You see, he calls the outer level speakers norm developers. So they take the norms from the inner circle, they develop it, and the outer circle, they either expand on the norms or, so you see that there's this hierarchy. But if you look at the sociolinguistic realities of our today's society, this hierarchy has been dismantled by the introduction of more robust approaches to language teaching and learning called translanguaging, because translanguaging breaks such hierarchies and empowers everybody. It empowers both the majority and the minority in language teaching and learning, thereby creating an equal space for everybody. No more hierarchies. ELF also ignores local and regional language practices. Because if English is the only medium for interaction or for communication, then you realize that regional or local language practices like the use of slangs, jargons, creating new words, all of those things are missing because we all need to follow the standard form. So the original ethnic, unique way of communicating is lost because of this. Another thing about, another critique to ELF is the neglect of local languages and culture. You see, this is where intercultural communication comes in. That when we emphasize on English as the only medium of communication, it may lead to the neglect of local languages and cultures because it says English as a lingua franca, not other languages, all right? English as. So there's the loss of other cultures. And so this can contribute to linguistic and cultural marginalization. You see that? So you see, ELF, it's very good, but there are problems with ELF because it highlights the importance of English only, just as in a bilingual situation, just as in the immersion situation. It's a good, thriving area, but it highlights only on English as a lingua franca. It doesn't accommodate other languages as a lingua franca. Okay? On equal power dynamics, I've talked about this already. Because of this unequal power dynamics, you realize that one variety of English feels better than other varieties of English. So if you speak American British English, then they think you're speaking good English. If you speak Thai English, they feel like you're speaking wrong English. But all of this is broken down because translanguaging and also areas like world Englishes have authenticated the fact that these are equally legitimate varieties of English that should be recognized and given their place within their local context. So if we put English as a lingua franca and intercultural communication together, you now realize that to be more exact, to be more appropriate today, to be more trendy today, we should really be talking about English, not English, sorry. We should be talking about multilingual franca, MLF, and not English as a lingua franca, because English is not the only option. English is only one of the options. Multilingual franca means you can draw from any resources when you meet other people and communicate. It doesn't only have to be English. So when you combine English as a lingua franca together with intercultural communication, think about these challenges. Again, the challenges are there, like I mentioned, in intercultural communication, but it doesn't dismiss the fact that it's a necessary skill for our world today. If you think about misunderstanding due to different varieties of English, all right? So if English is the only medium of communication in an interactional discourse, think about ethnic diversities, think about dialects, think about different varieties of English. There's certainly going to be misunderstanding because the person from, if you take the United Kingdom, for example, the person from London may not be able to understand somebody who is from Liverpool or somebody who's from Birmingham or somebody who is from, other provinces, because the accents are different and different dialects there seem to suggest where they're from. So there's a problem with that. Also, there could be difficulties in negotiating meaning across cultural boundaries because ELT doesn't allow for other linguistic resources to be deployed in the conversation because it says English as a lingua franca. So it streamlines the language usage of your discourse to only English. It doesn't allow you the ability to use other resources to negotiate meaning, to ask for clarifications across cultures. That's a big challenge. And because of this, it's more likely that there's going to be communication breakdown if all we have to use is English, especially if you're communicating with people from different proficiency levels. So if their proficiency levels are different, you may find it difficult, even though communicating in English, to understand each other, and that might lead to a communication breakdown. But if you allow the ability and the freedom and the space from a translanguaging perspective to deploy your full linguistic resources, just maybe you might be able to, step foot on a common linguistic grounds where you can build your intercultural communication and not break your intercultural communication. So the good side of it is that ELT can facilitate communication and collaboration across cultures. And this is so true. If you think about ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, this is an organization within member countries in Southeast Asia, and the language for interaction there is English. So you can see that even in a context like this, where all of these countries already have their own local languages, when they get together as a continent or as a region, they use English to communicate because English here serves as that fluid language across the different cultures, from Thailand to Vietnam to Singapore, to the Philippines, to Malaysia, and all of that. So ELT still has potentials because it can actually help to diffuse cultural differences, cultural barriers in intercultural communication in this way. ELT can also promote intercultural understanding and respect in the sense that if you're communicating again with people from different cultural backgrounds, but who all understand English to a certain level of proficiency where you can communicate with them and they understand you, then intercultural understanding and respect becomes easier. It only becomes a challenge if their proficiency level is so low that they find it difficult to understand certain words in English. But if their proficiency level in English is good enough for understanding and response, then you can have a very nice intercultural understanding when you use English as a lingua franca. And of course, this is also true that it can be a tool for social and economic mobility. Because of the international status of English, if you go to the airport, you want to read books in academia, it can be with business, English is the language. It's just because of the international status of English. So it's a good tool for social and economic mobility. So even when you go to countries where, if you go to France, for example, and your French is not good, English is your bailout. If you go to Japan, just because of the international status of English and the fact that English has gained so much prominence and it's good for social and economic mobility. It's a language for trade and commerce. It's a language for technology and business. So in highlighting, in summing up the limitations of English as a lingua franca, of course, monolingual bias, because it focuses only on English and not other languages. So you see that these limitations are the reasons for why translanguaging is an extension of ELT, because translanguaging will propose more to lingua franca because of limitations like that. Translanguaging, it's not a monolingual approach. Translanguaging actually challenges monolingualism. And ELT, it's highly monolingual because ELT assumed that there should be a universal standard of English, which should and must be used as the only medium of communication when people from different sociocultural backgrounds interact. But from a translanguaging stance, there are other languages that we can use, that we can deploy, because there are now more languages in our repertoire than only English. So English becomes one of the, not the only one, okay? It becomes an option. Secondly, another limitation of English as a lingua franca is cultural erosion. By this, we are saying that, and I highlighted this earlier, that because the focus is only on English as a medium of communication, then it actually dismisses the richness of other linguistic and cultural practices. So it takes everything, it rules them out, because you cannot enjoy the beauty of multilingualism. All right? And also, there is also issues about implications for identity, that marginalized non-native speakers, of course, feel terrible about this, because think about it, especially if their proficiency level is not so good. So what happens is that in trying to communicate using English as the only medium of communication in an ELT context, you know, it does something to the identity, because it makes them feel incompetent, unable to. Again, from a translanguaging stance, they can leverage other resources if they feel that proficiency in one language is not good enough to help them through with their effective communication. So, as I move into concluding this part, I wanted to think about translanguaging as a framework for intercultural communication, transcending English as a lingua franca. Okay, I've highlighted for you what translanguaging is. We've talked about what intercultural communication is. We've talked about what ELT is and the problems with ELT as opposed to translanguaging. So now here, I want to serve you and I want to suggest to you that translanguaging, it's even a better framework to understanding intercultural communication, because it now gives language users the ability to use not only English, but other linguistic resources in their repertoire for effective intercultural communication, due to largely the problems that English only poses as the only medium of instruction in an intercultural context. So you think about it as translanguaging in action. So what it does is that it encourages using linguistic and cultural resources holistically. This is something that is missing in ELT research because it only promotes one culture, and that's the English culture. It only promotes one standard, and that's the standard varieties of English. But from an ELT perspective, because it allows for the deployment of all full linguistic resources, there is that holisticness in how you can look at linguistic and cultural differences, thereby promoting mutual understanding across cultures. Because in the case where you use English as a medium of interaction with low proficiency level interlocutors and it's unsuccessful, you can, because of your translanguaging stance, you can use other languages as well to try to negotiate meaning and aid in communication. So you are not only limited within the borders of English, but you also have the ability to be flexible enough to draw in other languages other than English to communicate. Think about this example, a classroom where a student draws on their home language to discuss a global issues collaboratively. That's a very beautiful example. So you have a classroom and where you ask your students to use their home language or their L1 to discuss, say, for example, global warming. Okay, so instead of limiting the students, instead of constraining the students to use English only to discuss a global issue like this, you can ask them to use their local languages or to use any shared repertoire resources to be able to discuss this issue. What you will find out from research is that it fosters empathy and intercultural competence. How? Because the learners are now able to make connections of global warming as it is understood in their own context to the global world, thereby building on their intercultural competence. It also breaks down barriers created by monolingual norms because now they have the ability to use other resources, not only English, to talk about these global issues. So they can discuss them in their L1, they can discuss them in other shared repertoire languages, and then share with the class in English. In that way, they would have made connections between their L1 and their L2, thereabout reinforcing and building on their intercultural competence. You think about how translanguaging can address the limitations of ELT, which I have mentioned. I'll just go through them quickly so I can leave some time for questions. Valuing linguistic diversity, all right? So translanguaging values linguistic diversity. So translanguaging says English is not the only medium of interaction, that we can use other repertoire resources to communicate in intercultural setting. So it's no longer English as a lingua franca, but it can also be multilingual franca. So it goes beyond English as the only option to English as one of the options. It also fosters mutual understanding. Think about it. So by embracing multilingualism, and what translanguaging does is it helps you to understand that there are different languages, different varieties, different ways of communicating non-verbally. So translanguaging actually, it's a very empathetic approach because it helps you to put yourself in other people's shoes. It helps you to understand other people's cultures better. It helps you to understand other people's linguistic realities better. Translanguaging helps you with all of that. And if you understand that, then there's a sense of respect building among people in an intercultural setting, because you have this fine understanding of what makes your culture or your context different from other cultures or other contexts. I also mentioned that it breaks down linguistic barriers from English as the only medium of communication to multilingual franca, that is English becoming one of the options. So you can use other languages So linguistic barrier, it's broken. You're not limited to only English, where if your proficiency in English is very low, you are worried, but how do I express myself in this intercultural context? Now you have the ability from a translanguaging stance to use other repertoire resources to negotiate meaning and facilitate understanding. So if you think about fostering inclusivity and equity in a multilingual classroom context, what should we do and how can we do this as teachers or teacher educators? The first thing is to create equitable learning environment. By this, it means you should emphasize on valuing linguistic and cultural backgrounds. This is very important. Valuing linguistic and cultural backgrounds, it's very important. Again, empowering marginalized voices by giving them a voice. How? Making sure that all linguistic resources are put to full usage in the classroom. So you allow them to use their repertoire resources. You allow them to use the languages that they are good at to discuss concept before sharing with the rest of the class. When you do that, you are giving them a voice. You are giving them a voice. So translanguaging has been described as a social justice approach because it gives voice to the voiceless. It gives power to the powerless. Okay? Also, building inclusive communities. So when you think about our society today as intercultural spaces, translanguaging therefore helps us to build a very nice inclusive communities because we can be able to share with each other our own unique cultural values, our own linguistic differences in a way that builds respect, that fosters respect and understanding. So translanguaging allows us to do that because of such diversity. But from an ELT perspective, it's only one culture, it's only one community. Everybody has to be English, speak English, you know, and you don't see that kind of inclusivity of different cultures or ethnic realities there. So if we empowering learners to navigate through diverse linguistic landscape, which is key, then we need to develop their multilingual competence. All right? Multilingual competence. Remember, because multilingualism is the norm today. So translanguaging can help learners to develop the skills and confidence to navigate through diverse linguistic landscape. Imagine encouraging your learners through translanguaging to be expressive in the different languages that they're able to communicate in. Then this actually builds on their multilingual competence. And they can be able to navigate through different linguistic landscapes with ease. Again, if you think about promoting critical language awareness, you think about translanguaging as being able to help learners to understand and also to challenge power dynamics in language usage, not just learners, but also teachers, because it's empowering language users. Language users include both teachers and students to make use of their full linguistic repertoire, you know, to be able to communicate. And this is critical for language awareness. It is critical because people need to learn. They need to be aware of the fact that there are now different Englishes, of the fact that there are now many languages in our classroom spaces, that because we have different learners from different linguistic backgrounds, they come into our classrooms with their own unique languages, and there is a need for us to raise an awareness to all the learners in that context, that it's not only this language present, but other languages, and that all these languages can be put together in this context to help with understanding. In that way, promoting critical language awareness. What about global citizenship? And this has been very, instrumental in current research, where as a way to prepare learners for global citizenship or as global citizenship, translanguaging actually helps in that regard. Because what translanguaging does is It changes the attitude of people. Remember, I talked about being stereotyped or prejudicial. It changes all of this attitude by giving allowances for all languages, all cultural beliefs and practices to be visible in an intercultural space, thereby making the intercultural interactants or the people within that communicative interaction to become global citizens. Global citizens in the sense that they can effectively collaborate and effectively interact, work together with people across different cultures and language backgrounds. What these key implications to this, what this simply means is that for teachers, we should be able to design multilingual friendly pedagogies. You see that? We should be able to design multilingual friendly pedagogies. And I'm going to give you some very good examples later on in the afternoon. So this morning, I just want you to be grounded in the conceptual foundations of this. So I just wanted to be grounded first. So for teachers, think about designing multilingual friendly pedagogies. I'm going to talk about that in the afternoon in more detail. Acknowledge and leverage students' linguistic repertoire. Number one, you need to acknowledge as a teacher that our classrooms today are diverse spaces. Diversity in terms of different languages, different language varieties, different cultural backgrounds, different religions, they are diverse. We need to acknowledge that as teachers. And if you acknowledge that, the second thing you should do is to leverage, to give them, to allow them, to encourage them to use these resources they have to facilitate and to ease learning, to facilitate and to ease engagement and all of that, and motivation for learning. For researchers, which is where we are as PhD students, is the study of translanguaging is important for language identity and power. If you look at it from a critical applied linguistic perspective or critical pedagogy, all right, then you will see that translanguaging is a good theory, a good approach for critical research, because what it does is it empowers the powerless and it gives voice to the voiceless through identity and power research. So identity research and power, you're looking at things like critical discourse analysis or CDA, all right, where you're talking about FACLOV and others. It also helps us researchers to be able to analyze roles in real-world interactions. Like I said, the paper that Ajana Karapon just published recently, looking at a business context. It's a beautiful paper for you to read because you can actually see how real-world interactions, happens from a translanguaging perspective and how it can be analyzed as well. And then for policymakers, develop inclusive language policies. Of course, the policy should be inclusive. It should not be discriminatory. It should not be biased against multilingualism. It should be inclusive, because the whole purpose is to support linguistic diversity in education and in media, because we've highlighted the role of technology in teaching and learning. So in summary, for this first part, what I'm saying is that, or what I have been saying is that translanguaging offers a powerful framework for intercultural communication that can address the limitations of ELT. I hope you remember that. Secondly, I have established the fact that by embracing multilingualism and multiculturalism, translanguaging can create more inclusive and equitable learning environment. Hope you remember that. And lastly, I have established the fact that translanguaging can empower learners to navigate, to leverage, to go through different linguistic landscapes and become global citizens, because our world today is an intercultural space where there is an influx, diversity of peoples and cultures across different geographies. So I'm not sure how much time we have, but I just want us to discuss this a little bit. The point to see here, I'm sure you can read it. if you can, I want 3 different people to attempt to answer these questions. It's a discussion, 3 or more. You can pick any one of them and share your thoughts on them. The first one is, how does translanguaging differ from other multilingual practices in your context? I'm going to explain that a little bit later, but what challenges might arise when implementing translanguaging in intercultural communication, and how can translanguaging reshape your teaching or research practices? So I think at this time, I would like people to share their thoughts on these points. If you would like to share on any of the points you see on your screen, kindly unmute your microphone and then share with us what you think. It's a discussion session, and I also like to learn from you. So I'll give you some time to look at it, to look at the what is that thing called? To look at the slide. All right. And there are some questions here from Michael Smith. The first question says, is constructivist teaching an effective way to teach a second language? Do you think that the cultural practice of saving face is often detrimental to English language acquisition? The question continues to James Banks lists 4 approaches to multicultural education: contribution, addictive, transformation, and social action. I believe teachers need to focus more on the last 2 approaches in their classroom. Okay, just to pick up on the last thing he says, nice contribution there. Transformation and social action. And I do agree with this as well, because if you look at the 4 approaches James Banks mentioned: contribution, addictive, transformation, and social action. Social action, again, it's very key to translanguage research, where you're looking at translanguaging as an approach to social justice. Transformation, it's when you're looking at translanguaging as a pedagogy, where you are calling for a revamp in our teaching strategies and teaching styles to cater for the diverse linguistic resources available in our classroom. So there's that kind of transformation there as well. The question about, do you think that the cultural practice of saving face? Saving face, it's a term used in politeness research. I'm sure most Thai people use save face, but it's a term used in politeness research that simply means to be respected. To save your face means you want to be respected, you want to be looked upon positively. To lose face means to be disrespected, to be mocked at, to be laughed at, to be bullied, to be ridiculed. All right? So if the concept of saving face is often detrimental to English language acquisition. Now, answering this question, it's debatable because it depends on the context. In a bilingual education context or in an immersion context, you realize that yes, saving face will be detrimental to English language acquisition, because if you think about EP programs in Thailand, the whole idea is in these programs, we only speak English. We only teach your students English. If you want your child to speak English like an American or a British, we only use English here. So they use that as a way to advertise what they do and to get their clients to study. But the whole point of, saving face here becomes detrimental because they don't want to acknowledge the realities that these students have a rich repertoire resources that can be used for teaching and learning. And that is why in current EMI research, we seem to suggest that English is the medium of instruction. There is also the call for the integration of repertoire resources, not just English, in teaching and learning in EMI context. So outwardly on their website, they would say we are an EMI program. We run the whole program in English. We teach in English. But in the real practice, it is not EMI. It is translanguaging, because sometimes when the lecturer shares a repertoire resource with the students, they tend to use the students' language to explain such concept. So face saving is detrimental to effective language acquisition because it undermines the possibility of teachers and learners to make full use of their linguistic repertoire in teaching and learning. Do we have more questions from the floor, or it's already lunchtime? Maybe they can, I don't know what you think we need. Maybe they can take out time during the lunch break to think of what questions to ask, what things to share. And then when we come back in the afternoon, we can use the first 30 minutes for questions, answers, and sharing. How about that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Eric. Because time for the morning session is limited, so we can maybe just as you suggested, maybe leave the question and answer session in the afternoon.
That's right.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's once again express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Eric for his fascinating lecture. This brings the morning session of this lecture to a close, and this afternoon segment will start at 1 p.m. Prompt attendance from all of you is highly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so see you at 1 p.m.
See.
Dr. Eric, shall we start it?
Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, it's all right.
Yeah. So welcome back, everyone. Dr. Eric will continue with the lecture session. And in the afternoon, we have a 15 minutes coffee break from 2:30 p.m. to 2:45 p.m. And before Dr. Eric starts his afternoon lecture, there will be a question and answer session. Regarding the content of this morning's lecture, do any of you have questions? You can raise them to Dr. Eric. So we will now open the floor for questions. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes. Thank you for giving me the floor to ask my question. My question is already in the chat box. However, I will read it myself. So, I'm actually an advocate of pedagogical translanguaging. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Those who oppose translanguaging are really translanguagers themselves, because translanguaging itself is a language that makes use of borrowed words or phrases from other languages. For example, rendezvous and rapport have borrowed French words. This makes the linguistic ownership of English to be globally and contextually possessive to all users of English. So my question now is, what is the place and space for translanguaging and intercultural communication as extensive pedagogical practices of English as a lingua franca in an EFL classroom. Thank you.
Okay. I think I'm able to go through your question here in the chat box. I'm clear, right, Winnie? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, so thanks, Smith, for your question. And like you rightly acknowledged in your question, English is a borrowed language. When you trace back to the history of the English language, you realize that because of its developmental stages, going through different era, like the Industrial Revolution, the printing age, going through different contexts, you realize that brought English in contact with other languages. Because something about the development of English is the fact that as it moves across the different contexts from the UK to Newfoundland, later the United States, Australia, and all of that, these people themselves already have their own languages. And so when English translates into these different contexts, something about language contact is each time two languages get into contact, there's that tendency for borrowing. So that's why English is largely a borrowed language, borrowed in the sense that most of its vocabularies are borrowed. Now, that's the first thing about the historical part of it. From a linguistic standpoint, borrowing is a process, it's a morphological process of any language. One of the morphology that takes place in every language is the fact that the language grows. You know, a language, it's like a living thing. A language, it's like a plant that when you take the seed and you plant it in a particular soil, on a particular soil, it grows. It's the same thing with language. If you take a language like English and you plant it in a soil like France, it grows in that soil and picks up some of the French words or some of the French contextual realities, and over time becoming part of the language. You gave an example of French. I think if you check the Oxford Dictionary today, the current edition, there are some words that have been used so often in Nigeria that have now been incorporated into the dictionary. This again is to tell you something about the morphological processes that goes with language. So as it relates to the question which you says, the place and space, what is that? Okay, so what is the place and space for translanguaging and ICC as extensive pedagogical practices? Now, you've used the word extensive. So the thing that happens with translanguaging and ICC is the fact that first, translanguaging goes beyond just a particular language, which is true for ICC, because ICC suggests that the kind of diversity we're looking at in today's context, it's not just that of a single variety, linguistically speaking, but it's the kind of diversity that goes beyond a particular language to languages. It also suggests that the kind of diversity that we see culturally is not just that of a single culture, but that as people from different cultural backgrounds interact, you can call that a space. It can be a workplace space, it can be a classroom space, it can be a university space, it can be a tourism space, it can be a business world space. That when people from different cultural backgrounds interact in a space like this, it creates a place for language development. That such diverse spaces creates now a unique space for creativity. And it's part of that creative aspect of translanguaging that leads to the formation of new words. Because remember that, how do new words come about? If you have a place, a space where you have people from different linguistic backgrounds, obviously they come into that place with their own languages. And so when they get to communicate, remember something I mentioned about one of the ways translanguaging caters for English as a lingua franca is that it transcends from English as the only option to multilingua franca. So now you have other languages in play within that particular place. And when these languages, because they belong to they are part of the linguistic resources of the users in that community. So as you have this downplay of different linguistic resources, you realize that the tendency is for borrowing to happen. Over time, there is borrowing. Over time, there is transfer of meaning, which are all morphological processes in language contact. Over time, there is what we call the creation, neologism, which is the creation of new words. And sometimes these new words are created through a combination of words from different languages. So that's how translanguaging can actually be an extension to these kind of practices, that the kind of creation we are seeing now. If you read on research into linguistic landscape, if you take Thailand as a case study, and I'm sure you can have that around Buriram if you drive around, but if you go to other touristic sites and you look at the linguistic landscape of the city, you see a lot of creativity there. You see words that are neither English, nor Thai, nor Chinese, but they are a combination of different languages put together to convey a particular meaning within that particular context. And so that's the kind of beautiful, creativity we have in here. That it's not just about borrowing words, because if you think about borrowing, for example, as a concept in a morphological research, you can borrow a word and three things happen. You can borrow a word and use the word exactly as it is in the original language. You can borrow the word and use the meaning as it is in the original language. You can also borrow a word and change the meaning and form of the word to suit your own context. And there are lots of examples in the literature to suggest these three stages of morphological development. And what we're going to be seeing now with translanguaging and ICC is this beautiful combination of not just borrowing, but borrowing and adapting, morphological forms, contextual meanings to suggest the realities of the people within that particular intercultural space. So space create for a space for this kind of creativity here, which we talk about. And all of that is being made possible because of the fact that our communities today, our interactions today are more diverse because of intercultural communication, and because translanguaging allows us the ability to shuttle across different languages and beyond language features themselves. Then you can also see different things happening. If you take, for example, nonverbal communication like emojis, if you use WhatsApp, you see people creating different things now. Some people use people's faces. It's not just about emoji to make some stickers or something. People are creating different things because of the availability of such translanguaging space that has created a place for people to develop and advance linguistically the different resources that are available to them. So I think that's the best possible way I could provide answer to your question. I'm not sure if it helps you or not.
Thank you very much. I think I have the clarification for my question. Thank you again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? I've got a question, Doctor.
Yes, please.
So when implementing translanguaging-based teaching activities, how should teachers design the specific teaching plans in combination with the characteristics of the different disciplines?
When you talk about disciplines, do you mean different majors, different subjects, or different
Yes.
Okay, so I'll try to answer the question broadly, and you can fit into whatever thing you're looking at specifically. Now, the thing is, I mentioned that when it comes to designing plans and designing lessons, you're now looking into the area of pedagogical translanguaging. And I did mention that pedagogical translanguaging, as defined by Senos and Gota in 2023, their book published with Cambridge University Press, it's titled Pedagogical Translanguaging, and they define that to mean the planned and strategic integration of the learner's linguistic or repertoire resources in teaching and learning. So when you think about planning, when you think about designing a lesson, there are many things you need to consider. If you talk to the curriculum expert, they will tell you of many things you need to consider, but let's consider these factors. You need to think about the level of your learners. When I talk about their level, I'm talking about their proficiency level. The reason why proficiency level is important in designing a translanguaging lesson is because you want to be sure of how much translanguaging you allow in the classroom. Because a critique to translanguaging has been the fact that we seem to talk about translanguaging like it's anything goes and everything goes. It's like students can say whatever they want to say in whatever language. So how do we measure learning? So the reason why proficiency level detection is important is because the teacher can be able to know the level of the student. Once you know the proficiency level of the student, then you can know how much of their L1 or other languages would you allow in the classroom. Is it going to be 50-50 or 40-80, or what percentage are you going to have? You also need to think about the linguistic context of your classroom. How diverse is your classroom? What are the linguistic representation in your classroom in terms of what languages are available to learners in your classroom? This is very important because it can actually make your lesson effective in the sense that students who share particular repertoire resources can be grouped together to discuss. Because without this putting together of students who share the same linguistic resources, the purpose of translanguaging is defeated. So for you to be able to say, to group students into similar shared, we call it shared repertoire resources, which means that these are people who share the same linguistic resources. Because if we share, for example, if I speak English and Chinese and you speak English and Chinese, then we are good to work together because we can move between English and Chinese together. But if you speak English and Chinese and I only speak English and Thai, for example, then putting us together may be a little bit challenging because we only have one resource to draw from English. Because if I speak Thai, you don't understand. If you speak Chinese, I don't understand. So it's good to be a detector, a teacher as a detector, to understand the linguistic situation of your class so that you can strategically group students in who share similar repertoire resources. You also think about it in terms of the content or the language. So you think about your classroom situation, for example. Are you teaching for content or you're teaching for language? Do you want your learners to learn the content or do you want them to learn the language? This is important, again, because it helps you to know exactly at what point should I allow them to employ translanguaging in learning, and at what point should I tell them not to use translanguaging in learning? So you need that information as well to be able to design that. So when you consider factors like this, then it helps you as the teacher to strategically, as Senos and Gota report, to strategically means that for you to know at what point in the classroom lesson, at what point in the lesson should you allow students to use their repertoire resources? How long within that lesson should you allow students to use their repertoire resources? And for what purpose? You see, so that's why it's a careful planning. It's different from spontaneous translanguaging. when it comes to designing a lesson. And you can read into, there are lots of literatures online about, model translanguaging lessons. I think if you Google, how do you call it? If you Google search for some research on Scholar, you would find a lot of useful suggestions there, or research that actually talks about how to design a proper translanguaging lesson. But you need to take into consideration all the factors I mentioned to be able to design it so that your teaching and learning can be both successful and at the same time achieving the goal of your class.
Right. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Sure.
Any other questions? So, if there's no question, Dr. Eric, we'll continue with the lecture session.
All right. So once
Thank you.
again, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Whitney. Thank you again, the chair of the ELT program, my dearest friend, Ajana Karapon, for the kind invitation. This afternoon, I want us to delve into some practicalities about what we have been discussing so far. But before we do that, remember that I did establish the fact in the morning that there is a fine connection between translanguaging and intercultural communication. And that kind of connection is so important and very crucial in today's teaching and learning context, because universities environment, classrooms environments are so intercultural, they are so diverse that it allows for novel pedagogical approaches like translanguaging to be incorporated in research and even in teaching. And we went further to use these two concepts as a way of delving into English as a lingua franca. So now let me quickly go over some theoretical frameworks. What do I mean by theoretical frameworks here? These are some of the frameworks that guides the fine interplay between translanguaging and intercultural communication as a way of transcending English as a lingua franca. One of the theories you will think about is sociolinguistics of multilingualism. This is a theory, and this is very relevant to the question that Smith just asked about borrowing. So from a sociolinguistics of multilingualism perspective, the whole idea is that when language comes into contact, they change. If you put Thai and Chinese together for a long time, there's going to be a great change between the Thai and the Chinese spoken in that context. So it all conveys the idea of language contact and language change, and that in such a context, there is this situation of dichlosia, which is the description of a situation where the majority language becomes the high language status, or the high language and the low one. So the high refers to the majority language, the low refers to the minority language. And this again impacts on language ideologies, because simply because a language is high doesn't suggest that it's the best. And so there is there's some kind of a mismatch between the dichlosia and language ideology, but certainly the dichlosia plays a great influence on language ideology, because people seem to get the belief that because our language is the minority, so probably our language is not good enough from a sociolinguistics of multilingualism perspective. And so if you look at linguistic landscape research, a lot of linguistic landscape research are grounded in sociolinguistics of multilingualism. That is to say, the graphical representation of the languages that are available within a particular context. And so if you're studying the sociolinguistic, if you're studying the linguistic landscapes of languages or multilingualism in your context, Then you'll be doing things like analyzing images on billboard, on signboard, on posters, on website if you're going virtual, and all of these things. So think about the sociolinguistics of multilingualism as a key theory that actually informs the interplay between translanguaging and intercultural communication. Then I also mentioned this one earlier, critical language awareness. I think I talked about this, and I mentioned language awareness, that whether it's intercultural communication or it's translanguaging, we need to be aware that our learners are no longer monolinguals, that our learners, from a translanguaging standpoint, that our learners have many repertoire resources, and that we can use these resources to actually assist them in learning and not tell them not to use it at all. So we need to be aware. So this kind of the designing of a lesson, a translanguaging lesson, it's part of a critical language awareness program to be able to raise learners' awareness to the realities of the fact that there are now many languages that students bring into the classroom, and these languages can be dynamically used for effective teaching and learning. If you also think about it from an intercultural perspective, you realize that there's also a need for us to raise an awareness, to be able to enable that our learners become global citizens. They need to realize that there are more cultures than what they see, that there are more languages than what they see, there are more religions than what they see, and that there is a need as we go cross-cultural to have respect and value for different people, regardless of their age, regardless of their social status, regardless of their gender, regardless of their religion, and that all of these things are important because now it makes for effective intercultural communication where we can navigate through different multilingual and multicultural situational contexts. And so this kind of awareness is what we call critical language awareness, raising the awareness of students to the sociolinguistic and intercultural realities of today's world, so that they can make use of their full linguistic repertoire and also become effective global citizens. The third you want to think about, which I mentioned already, is that of identity and language. Again, it cannot be overemphasized that language is part of who people are, and it's part of how people want to be seen. And that language, it's our identity, that's our culture, it's our marker, it's what makes us us, it's what distinguishes us from other people. And so from an identity and language perspective, language is seen as social and cultural, and identity is seen as fluid. So people adopt different identities in different contexts. So for example, if you were to communicate, say for example in Japanese, then you're trying to exhibit your Japanese identity. If you want to do it in Chinese, you're showing your Chinese identity. If you want to do it with a mix of languages, you're showing your multilingual identity. So think about identity and language as having an interplay in how we perceive translanguaging and intercultural communication. So there is an intersection of these factors. And so what we can do is that from a translanguaging standpoint, if we encourage learners to embrace the different repertoire resources and deploy them in communication, in teaching, and in learning, then we are supporting them to develop their multilingual identity. From an intercultural perspective, if we raise our learners' awareness to the fact that there are differences in cultures, in language, in beliefs, in values, as we now have to live in the same global village, then we are also supporting their intercultural competence. We are fostering their intercultural competence so they can become effective and relevant global citizens. Then you also want to think about sociocultural theory. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this. Sociocultural theory simply says that language is grounded in context, that language is a tool. Language is a tool shaped by society within a particular context. And that all of this, that learning happens through interaction. Learning happens through interaction when we interact with one another. And if we agree that today classrooms are representative of intercultural spaces, then think about interaction as being at different levels, from linguistic levels to multimodal levels. And so translanguaging actually embodies this sociocultural theory in the sense that it enables learners to use their full linguistic repertoire to construct meaning within a social context or within a classroom space. So that's how sociocultural theory actually helps learners to learn, because sociocultural theory simply says learning happens through interaction. So when learners are paired in paired for paired work, group activities, project-based learning, all of these things via interactions, presentations, then they are able to deploy their full linguistic repertoire and thereby constructing effective meaning for understanding. You also want to think about the ecological perspectives of language. What does ecology say? Ecology says language, ecology is from the word ecosystem. It's about environment, okay? Ecology is just ecosystem, it's about the environment. That language is an interconnected system with our environment. It's more or less like the previous one I talked about, sociocultural theory. But by environment here, it deals with everything else the learners have been exposed to or the learners have been through. It's not just the classroom interaction, but it's everything else that shapes their ideology and that shapes who they are, within that particular time of interaction. So translanguaging recognizes this kind of coexistence, and that one language influences another dynamically. Because again, I had mentioned that from a language contact perspective, when two languages meet together within the same context over a period of time, there is this, coexistence and influence. You can see that between Thai and English, because of the long-term coexistence. It happens in very bilingual and multilingual contexts, this kind of coexistence. I showed you an example here where students use their home language alongside English to enrich their understanding of complex concepts. It's that kind of ecological perspective. So, for example, you tell your students to discuss a global issue, like I mentioned in the morning, to discuss a global issue in their L1 or other languages they feel comfortable with, and then share their understanding in English. You see that metacognitively, translanguaging helps with metacognition, with processing, these ideas in the language they understand before sharing it with other people, the target language. I also mentioned critical applied linguistics in the morning in passing, but the whole idea of critical applied linguistics is to challenge linguistic hierarchies and power dynamism in language use and education. Critical applied linguistics challenges the fact that English is the only option for communication in a lingua franca interaction. Critical applied linguistics challenges the fact that standard native British English and American Englishes, for example, are better varieties of English than Thai or China English. It challenges all of that. Critical applied linguistics challenges the fact that it is not true that to learn a target language, you only have to immerse yourself in that target language, but that you can also learn a target language by making use of other languages like your L1 or other repertoire resources. So anytime you are challenging traditional practices in the field, then you are using critical applied linguistics. Now, translanguaging in practice, which is what I want us to look at. To begin that, translanguaging in practice, let's look at classroom application. Let's think about, which is one of the questions that was being asked, let's think about designing translanguaging-based instructional activities. So one of the ways that you can actually apply translanguaging in your classroom is to design translanguaging-based instructional activities. I want you to think about that for a moment, because I'm going to be talking later on about the kind of translanguaging instructional activities. But again, to do that, I had mentioned in answering that question that you need to think about several factors. What is the purpose of the lesson? What is the proficiency level of your learners? What are you trying to achieve? All of these things will help you to make a sound decision as to how to design a translanguaging-based activities. Because you don't only want your activity to involve translanguaging aspects, you also want it to be successful. You also want your learners to learn. So you need to be aware of all of these things in designing such a lesson. Think about creating inclusive and equitable learning environment. So another way to apply translanguaging in your classroom is to create an environment where it's to create a safe space within your classroom where students are comfortable to discuss, where students are comfortable to share ideas, where students are comfortable to express themselves in a language that is most comfortable to them in a way that they can be understood. So think about creating inclusive and equitable learning environment. So if a student were to respond to a question, and for example, the English is not so good, the student should not be marginalized. The student should not be laughed at or to be mocked at because he or she cannot express, themselves correctly in English. But we should be able to think of what else or how else can this student express the same idea either through another linguistic resource or through multimodalities. So we need to create that inclusive atmosphere where everybody feels comfortable and everybody has a sense of belonging to participate and to co-construct knowledge. Another way you can think of to incorporate or to apply translanguaging in your classroom is to utilize technology to support translanguaging practices. I think I mentioned this a little bit in the morning that technology has come to stay, and we could and should be thinking of how to incorporate technology in teaching. Now, one of the ways to incorporate technology is to get videos. For example, if you're teaching on intercultural aspects, there are lots of videos online with speakers across different linguistic and cultural backgrounds having discussions. You can see that in board meetings. You can see that at international conferences. You can see that in radio programs. You can see that in the movie as well. So you can actually think of how technology can be used to support translanguaging. You can also refer them to activities where people are able to use different languages to be able to communicate a particular thought. All of these things are ways that we can actually apply translanguaging in the classroom. Another way is to provide examples of successful translanguaging pedagogy. Of course, as a teacher, you can refer yourself or your students to classroom context or research. There's a lot of research now. You can actually look at research that talks about translanguaging, how translanguaging was designed, how translanguages was implemented, especially in the Basque region in Spain. They've got a lot of beautiful research coming out of that region about the effective and successful implementation or application of translanguaging in the Basque region in Spain. It's a beautiful multilingual context. You might want to check on research in that area, or you can read on Garcia's work. She's from that context and she's done quite a lot within that area. Beautiful indeed. There's also research into different multilingual contexts as well, which you can find in your school library or other online resources. Now, a big issue you may want to think about, and I'm going to take a minute, or I'm going to take a while to talk about this one, because this seems to be a major concern in translanguaging research as it relates to intercultural communication, in the sense that if we say that we should allow our students to use or to deploy their full linguistic repertoire, so how then are we able to assess them? So assessment has been a huge area of debate in translanguaging research, just as assessment has been a huge area of debate in global Englishes research. So if there are many Englishes, whose English should we now use as a benchmark for assessment? If there are many cultures available, whose culture should we now use as the basis for assessment? So one of the things with assessing translanguaging is challenges in assessing multilingual language users. And one of it is defining a clear criteria. One of the challenge is, so again, like I said before, what criteria should we use to evaluate translanguaging? So there is difficulties in setting standardized objective criteria, again, because of differences in language forms, so because sometimes the grammar structure in different languages are not the same. Some languages don't have verbs, some others do have verbs. Some it's subject-verb complement, others it's subject complement. So it's a whole lot of complexities going on here. So that could make it difficult to define a clear criteria if we have to assess translanguaging. Another problem which seems to be very common in the ELT field is bias towards monolingual norms, because you still have some very traditional scholars who believe that to learn a target language, you should only immerse yourself in the target language community. They believe that for you to be able to learn English, you need to be taught in English only. This is the idea that is being promoted by EP programs and EMI programs, where the whole idea there is if you are exposed to English only, then you are going to learn English. And what this does is that it undervalues the abilities of multilingual speakers to be able to express themselves, deploying the varied linguistic repertoire that they have. So this kind of bias is another challenge in translanguaging assessment. Another challenge you want to think about is complex language practices. I also mentioned this about where you have different languages, and because different languages have different grammar systems, it can be difficult if people, dynamically use their different repertoire resources to evaluate the correctness across languages. The challenges can also be practical challenges. Practical challenges in terms of limited assessment tools. Now, there are assessment tools out there, but very few tools exist for capturing translanguaging and hybrid language use. I think with AI and with technology today, this has become even much easier. There are tools that you can input different languages and it will do a nice analysis for you or assessment for you. Of course, if you have been doing translanguaging research or if you are in translanguaging research, you realize that time is of the essence because most translanguaging research needs for you to observe. It needs for you to take an ethnographic approach, whether it's micro-ethnography or macro-ethnography. Translanguaging requires for you to take a longitudinal approach, whether it's in 4 weeks, 1 semester, 1 year. You realize that it involves the collection of a huge data set. And sometimes, and most times, it is time-intensive process. And that's translanguaging research for you. Another challenge, practical challenge, would be teacher expertise. Okay, so if the teachers are not trained, for example, how to value multilingualism, how to integrate learners' multilingual repertoire resources in their teaching, of course, they're going to discourage it. You still have scholars today who says, I don't believe in translanguaging. Again, it's because they lack expertise in this area. And because they lack expertise in this area, they tend to dismiss the value that translanguaging adds to teaching and learning. Think about equity and context challenge or context issue. One of it is context dependency, that when we talk about translanguaging, just like intercultural communication, the key word there is context, that no two contexts are the same. As you move across different contexts, there are different sociolinguistic realities. And so it could be challenging sometimes to actually take what works here and apply it to another context, because each context is unique. And that is why more research is needed in translanguaging across different contexts, so we can be able to have a holistic perspective of the effectiveness of this approach in teaching and learning. We also have the issue with equity and inclusivity, where we are talking about power dynamics. So, for example, speakers or learners who seem to have a very high language proficiency may be regarded as smarter, more intelligent than those with low language proficiency, or those who speak, the most powerful, not the most powerful, high languages with power ascribed to them might be considered as better users of language than others. And so sometimes this aspect of including everybody's linguistic resources and giving everybody equal right to be able to express themselves in the different repertoire resources that they have could be a challenge. One of the things I also mentioned is, are you teaching for content or are you teaching for language? Do you want your learners to learn the content you're teaching, or you want them to learn the language, or you want them to learn both? So sometimes balancing content and language could be a challenge. And that is why you need to be clear as a teacher before you design your translanguaging lesson. You need to think about, is my focus on content or on the language? And how can I balance language and content together? And research has suggested that you can actually combine, you can actually achieve content knowledge and language knowledge together through translanguaging. What about systemic and emotional barriers? Things about administrative constraints. So if they lack resources, of course, they are not going to promote translanguaging, or if the administration is not in support, if you think about a typical EP administrator, they are never going to be in support of translanguaging, because being in support of translanguaging already goes against the business, which is English only. So that kind of a constraint. Student anxiety can also be an emotional constraint. In this case, when learners are able to speak many languages, they might feel pressured sometimes in some contexts when they have to interact. But you also need to think about that regardless of the challenges we have when it comes to assessing translanguaging, there are a lot of solutions, and I already mentioned some of them as I was talking about the problems. I'll just go through them quickly. The first solution is to develop a flexible, inclusive assessment tools. So you need to use different kinds of assessment, not just one kind of assessment. So you use different kinds of assessment to be able to capture the flexibility and the dynamism that goes on in your class. A very important one, especially if you have the administrator or emotional constraint, is to train educators, to train teachers. Think about critical language awareness theory. The whole idea there is to empower teachers or to empower educators to value and assess multilingual practices. And another solution to this would be to focus on real-world content-driven multilingual evaluations. Remember that from remember sociolinguistics of multilingualism theory, it tells you, even the ecological perspective tells you that language exists in context. Language exists in a real world as people interact and as people communicate. So if we focus on real life examples through role plays, through projects, through team projects, then we can be able to achieve a more context-driven evaluation for translanguaging. So, what are some of the assessments? Because I already mentioned, focusing on developing flexible and inclusive assessment tools. So now, what are some of those assessment tools you might think of that can actually incorporate translanguaging and intercultural communication together? So as a teacher, you might think of using multilingual portfolios. That's one of the assessment tools you can use. Multilingual portfolios, where students compile their work in multiple languages. So a portfolio, it's like a diary, all right? A portfolio, it's like a diary. It's just the difference is that the entries are different. So the entries in a diary, it's different from the entries in the portfolio. All right, because mostly in a diary, we tend to have entries on a daily basis. So what happened to you for each day? But a portfolio could be for a week, it could be for a month, it could be for a year. So the entries are not the same. But basically with a portfolio, you may want to ask students to compile work in multiple languages, thereby showcasing their ability to use their full linguistic repertoire. It's like when students are taking notes in class. When you look at their pad, or their iPad, or their notebook when they are taking notes, you realize that they don't write everything in English. Sometimes they write some words in Thai, some words they write it in English, depending on the subject and the content. Some aspect, they just draw a picture. You see that? They just draw a picture without writing any words. Other times they write a full sentence. Other times they just use an emoji for some of the things they want to express. So if you think about things like essays, video project, artwork, reflections, all of this will demonstrate how they can use different languages to actually achieve their purpose. So think of multilingual portfolios as one way to assess translanguaging. I already mentioned this one, project-based assessment. So you can ask students to work together in groups, and you give them a project, for example, for them to create a bilingual website. You can ask them to create a bilingual website, or you can ask them to create a bilingual announcement, or to create a bilingual advertisement. And if you look at the linguistic landscape of Thailand today, there's a whole lot of this kind of assessment you can do from a linguistic landscape perspective. So you have words in English, you have it in Thai, and then now you have it in Chinese. If you are the border to Laos, you have it in English, Thai, Chinese, Laos. If you are the border to Cambodia, you have it in English, Thai, Chinese, Cambodia, and all of these things. So depending on where you are, if it's a Japanese restaurant, you have it in English, Thai, Japanese, you see. If it's a Chinese restaurant, you have it in English, Thai, Chinese. If it's a Russian restaurant, if you go to touristic side, you also have it in Russian. So if you ask students, for example, to analyze this kind of information on billboards, on signposts, on notices, and when they collect it, then they can do a presentation in class. When you do that, you realize that you'll be raising their awareness to translanguaging issues, to the fact that when people use different languages, they tend to engage in interlocutor understanding what they are saying. So this project can actually allows them to use translanguaging naturally to solve problems and to express ideas. One of the problems it solves is if you want to eat in a Japanese restaurant, for example, and you see a restaurant and it's written there in English and you don't understand English, oh, it's a problem. It's written also in Thai, you don't understand Thai, that's a problem. but it's also written in Japanese. So it caters for everybody, regardless of your linguistic background. And so that kind of assessment where you ask students to go to a particular community, I'm sure Ajahn Ik does a lot of research, project-based assessment of this kind with students at Buriram, because I see a lot of research people do with at the Buriram airport and also within the community as well. So it's a project-based assessment, and that's very effective. That's something to consider. Another kind of assessment, ladies and gentlemen, would be dynamic assessment. What do I mean by dynamic assessment? By this, the teacher engages in interactive tasks where students use multiple languages to explain concepts, answer questions, or clarify their understanding. So the focus here with dynamic assessment is, the focus is on the process of learning. It's not the learning itself. So that's why I said you need to determine what is the focus of your class. Is the focus of your class on content or language? So dynamic assessment actually looks at the process of learning rather than learning itself. It looks at the metacognitive processes with which learners have to go through to be able to arrive at the answer. So think about that. So that happens through exchanges with the teachers. So the teacher asks the student a question, the student responds to the question, the teacher further asks a question for clarification, and the student can explain using different languages, think in one language, respond in another language. So this kind of dynamic interactiveness between the teacher and the student can actually help with assessment from a translanguaging standpoint, because the focus again here would be on the process and not the final outcome. How about multimodal storytelling? And I'm sure you're familiar with this, but basically multimodal storytelling looks at students creating stories. So the students create stories using a mix of languages, visuals, audios, and text to express their understanding. I think if you look at the nursery and primary schools, most of them have multimodal textbooks in which you have a picture, a few words in English, a picture, a few words in English, and then you have an audio text. So if you want to create a multimodal storytelling book from a translanguaging perspective, then you would have a picture, some words in English and other languages, and then some images, and then an audio where somebody speaks in different languages, and all of that. So when you expose students to multimodal storytelling books or material, then you are able to enhance their translanguaging ability and also their intercultural competence as well. Because this particular method values creativity, and it also values the fluid language use over strict adherence to a single language. Because now you can be able to use images and pictures from across different languages. Like I said, if you look at even the notices at airport, you realize that it's really multimodal, because they tell you on it, they tell you toilet, for example. You have the English word toilet, you have it in Thai, you have it in Chinese, and then they draw a picture of a man and a woman there. You see? So they just don't only provide words across multiple languages, they also provide visuals. You see that? And so that multimodal dimension makes it easier for passengers to use the facilities at the airport, at the bus terminal, or in the universities. And that's a very interesting thing you can do in your own research as well. What's happening here? Okay. You can also think about peer and self-assessment. Peer assessment means the students will have to assess each other's work. So you can ask them to engage in a communicative task where they can use their full linguistic resources and they evaluate each other. So self-assessment would be for learners. For example, a learners can produce a task, a project from a translanguaging perspective. So they produce maybe a multimodal storybook, or you can ask them to tell a story using the different languages that they know, so they can mix English and Thai and other languages. And after they tell the story, you can ask them later on to reflect on their metacognition, to reflect what were they thinking when they were telling the story using this language. How easy was it for them to transit from this language to that language? So that kind of assessment is self-assessment. It's called, it's in the terms of an interview, you look at it as self-reflexivity, all right, where you reflect on your own production and try to assess your own production. They call it stimulated recall interview, for example, in interview terms. It will be stimulated recall interview. So you can now go back to what you have produced as stimuli to your own evaluation, checking your metacognitive processes. Another kind of assessment could also be dialogic journals. Dialogic here is looking at students writing about their learning experience, switching languages as needed. Here, the teacher can respond in multiple languages as well, fostering a dialogic assessment approach. Because dialogic, it's simply a situation in pedagogy where knowledge is co-constructed between the teacher and the student. So in this case, in the case where the teacher shares the same linguistic repertoire with the student, for example, if your students are Thai and you are also a Thai teacher, you can decide to provide feedback to your learners in either Thai or English. It doesn't matter, but they'll understand. So when do you decide to use it in Thai? When do you decide to provide comments in English? That's something you can look at, and that kind of assessment can be understood from a dialogic perspective. There is also the performance-based assessment. We talked about project-based assessment. So there's also performance-based assessment, where you can ask students to participate in role plays, in debate, in simulations. Simulations are different from role plays. Again, you need to know that, okay? So you can ask them to simulate a situation where you assume that you are in this context. So assume that you are a teacher teaching nursery 1 students about this. So do exactly like you would if you were the teacher. So that kind of a thing. So you can ask them to do that kind of activities, and then you assess them based on their ability to adapt and to use their linguistic resources effectively. Okay, so that can be done as a performance-based assessment. It's also something that can be done. Then you also have multilingual concept maps. So here, this one, it's very easy. You just ask students to create, especially if you're teaching engineering students, or if you're teaching students who enjoy to draw, artistic students, who enjoys drawing, you can ask them to do a multilingual concept map, where they can create a concept map about anything like fresh food, or local markets in Thailand, or sports in Thailand, or Buriram city. So they can create a map of street food, or a map of best restaurants in Buriram, for example. And so they can create a concept map using different topics, So if you think about restaurants, you can think about restaurants that sells general food, or specialized restaurants. You can go further to break it down to organic restaurants where they sell organic food, or inorganic restaurants. You can break it down to These other guys, you can break it down to vegetarian kind of restaurant, non-vegetarian kind of restaurant. So there are different ways you can actually have a nice map connecting all of these different concepts. And so the purpose of this will be to demonstrate how learners can connect ideas across linguistic boundaries. So here, with this kind of assessment, you are actually working on their metacognitive ability, how they can connect concepts together through mind mapping. Okay, that's very important as well. Of course, this one it's very easy: oral interview or think aloud protocol, where simply students explain their thought processes, problem-solving strategies. So you ask them something and they respond to you, deploying their full linguistic repertoire. And the purpose again here is to capture their ability to use translanguaging as a cognitive tool. So they can think of what to say in their L1 and then say it in the L2. That would be a good, kind of assessment from this perspective. And the last one will be community-based assessment. So I talked about project-based assessment, performance-based assessment. You also have community-based assessment. And community-based assessment, it's simply where you ask students to go into the real world. For example, you can ask your students, if you want your students to be exposed to translanguaging in real practice or to interculturalism in real practice, you can ask them to go to touristic sites. For example, Buriram, it's a beautiful touristic city, especially when you have the marathon or you have the race going on. Lots of people come into town. You can ask your students to go there and interact with the community, with the people. You can send them to the beach, for example, or you can send them to the bus station. You can send them to the airport. You can send them to the hotel to interact with different people there and to observe how they use language and to observe how they use language to communicate with different people in a very natural manner. And so the assessment, and they come back to report to you, basically what you do is you assess their practical language use and their cultural awareness. Because as they go out there to these different places, they would find that there are lots of different people across different communities coming together to interact, and this will enhance their cultural awareness and competence. So these are so regardless of the problems with assessing translanguaging, as it's a question that is often asked in ELT research, there are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful assessment tools, assessment approaches that can be used to assess translanguaging. So yes, translanguaging can be assessed, as I've showed you, from these 10 different assessment tools, and you can flip through them in different ways and at different times to achieve the goal of your class. Now, let's talk about developing rubrics for assessing translanguaging skills. Now, the question is, I mentioned that one of the challenges would be developing a rubric for assessing translanguaging skills. But the whole point of this is that a rubric can be developed. It depends on what your focus again is. That's why I said the context is very important. Your knowledge of the context is very important because it helps you to be able to develop very good and effective rubrics that actually captures what you are trying to achieve for your class. The first thing to do is to emphasize multilingual repertoire. So you can include criteria that values the creative and strategic use of multiple languages to convey meaning. So for example, you can say that if your learners are creative, if when they perform, you realize that they use a lot of creative words, they use a lot of new words to be able to convey their idea, then you can give them a plus for that, because that's how they are actually engaging in translanguaging practices. When you also realize that they use language strategically, they know when to use this language, they know when to use that language, and they use it in a way that helps people to understand them strategically. So they don't just mix everything up and get people confused, but they use them in a very strategic manner that helps with understanding. That's also how you can be able to develop a rubric for that. So you'll be assessing how effective students can combine languages to achieve communicative goals. You can also focus on communication and meaning, where the priority should be on clarity, it should be on coherence, it should be on the ability to convey ideas over strict language accuracy. This sounds more or less like the perspective for global Englishes, that we prioritize comprehensibility, we prioritize clarity, we prioritize coherence, is the talk structure. We prioritize the ability to convey idea instead of being strict on using this language or that language. And students can be evaluated based on their use of linguistic resources to enhance understanding. You can also think about context-specific criteria, because no two contexts are the same from a translanguaging intercultural perspective. No two contexts are the same. Different contexts have different socio-linguistic realities. And so for you to be able to develop criteria that will be suitable for your own context, you need to think about context-specific criteria. What are the real-world scenarios in your context where translanguaging occurs? What are some of the specific tasks? Who are the audiences? What are some of the purposes of your lesson, of your translanguaging lesson? Once you are clear on things like this, then it becomes easier to develop a context-specific criteria for evaluation. You can also include multimodal elements. I talk about that, incorporating criteria for nonverbal communication and also visual and digital tools. If you think about tourism and touristic sites, if you think about tourism students and the interaction in touristic site, if you think about virtual spaces as well, you see the interplay between visuals and verbal communication mode. And here, the whole point is to acknowledge how students integrate these various modes to support translanguaging. So how does verbal mode, non-verbal mode, and visual mode interplay, intersect with each other to support translanguaging? What about cultural and linguistic awareness rubrics? So here you can assess students' ability to navigate cultural nuances and use culturally sensitive or culturally appropriate language practices. So the point here is that you're highlighting how students can adapt to different language situations or to different cultural contexts. Creativity cannot be overemphasized. Creativity comes with creating new words. It comes with borrowing. It comes with hybridization. Think about it. You see, it's all here. Interesting. And so the whole point is you avoid penalizing students when they become creative. Instead, you encourage creativity. All right? You encourage creativity because creativity is a deviation from the monolingual bias norms. So they can translanguage, they can do hybridization. So they pick a feature from this language and they pick a feature from this other language and they put together. If you think about hybridization, like even within a particular language, like high and social class, you hear the word like high so, you know, and all of these other different things happening together. So we avoid penalizing students when they become creative in our classrooms because it defeats the whole purpose of translanguaging. What about providing clear descriptors? Again, you need to know your context. You need to know your context and you need to explain to your learners that these are the evaluation criteria. So 1 means this, 2 means this, 3 means this, 4 means this. So you need to be clear about your descriptors. Also allow for self-reflection. We talked about this already, where students can be able to reflect on their own translanguaging strategies and to make decisions. These encourage metacognition as well. Think about flexibility and inclusiveness in the design of your lesson. That's very important, where you can incorporate all the different languages within that context. And most importantly, you can think about collaboration with stakeholders. That is to say, teachers and linguists and students and school directors and what have you can come together to design criteria that will be fair to the assessment of their students within their own context. That makes teacher education and professional development very important, because if the stakeholders need to collaborate, then there is need for teacher education. There is need for professional development, because professional development comes with professional networking. So one of the things you want to think about is preparing teachers to implement translanguaging in their classroom. Because it's one thing to believe in translanguaging, it's another thing to enjoy the concept of translanguaging. It's even far more important to know how to integrate translanguaging in your classroom. I think one of the problems we have with some translanguaging research publications today is the fact that we have teachers design bilingual program lessons, design immersion lessons, design code switching lessons, design code mixing lessons, and they call them translanguaging. So you need to understand what translanguaging is. You need to understand the key components of translanguaging. You need to understand the principles of translanguaging to be able to design an effective translanguaging lesson, without which it's something else you're doing and really not translanguaging. And for that to happen effectively, we need to train teachers. We need to prepare teachers on how to prepare a good translanguaging lesson and how to implement translanguaging in their classroom for effective and maximum results. Another thing, again, is to build teacher capacity for critical language awareness. Think about critical language awareness, that innovation in ELT comes with being critical. To be critical means to be questioning. To be critical means to push forward beyond traditional norms. So there is a need for us to raise the awareness of our teachers to be critical with the existing pedagogies and be able to build their capacity for maximizing the realities of their classroom. And being critical in that sense leads to innovative teaching approaches that caters for things like translanguaging. Also, for teacher education and professional development, you want to think about creating supportive professional learning communities. Supportive professional learning communities. Every now and then, it could be a workshop for teachers to get together and share ideas about the effectiveness of translanguaging in their context, the challenges of translanguaging in their context. They can share ideas on the problems they face, how they solve the problem. So these context-independent or context-specific examples or testimonies can help teachers in other contexts be able to understand their own situation and probably come up with better solutions suitable for their own context. So that supportive professional learning community, it's very important. And that's why international conferences are very good. International conferences are very good and good enough. BRU hosts yearly a conference, a very successful international conference in ELT. The purpose is to create this kind of supportive professional environment, not just for teachers, but also for students, so that we can be able to understand each other, the challenges and the successes from our different contexts, so we can tailor them down to our own linguistic and own cultural realities and make it effective for teaching and learning. So I'm going to move to some case studies and discussion. I understand that we are supposed to get a break at 2:30, but I just want to check if there are any questions so far. If there are any questions so far, I might take them before I get to this part. I'd like to pick up on if there are any questions, comment, or observation, please. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Okay, Jessie got a question, Doctor.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Professor. I've got a question.
Yes, please.
In developing rubrics for assessing translanguaging skills, you just mentioned we just need to encourage creativity, the number 6. So how to encourage students' creativity? Thank you.
Okay, if you look at point number 6 here on the question that has been asked, I said to encourage creativity, the first thing you need to do is to value innovation. What do I mean by that? As a teacher, you should realize that when students have a huge and a rich linguistic repertoire, because these resources are in contact with each other, you would always have a situation of language development. And this development can lead to borrowing. This development can lead to hybridization. This development can lead to the creation of new words as a combination of, or as a result of the contact of the different languages in that context. So to encourage creativity, first of all, as a teacher, you need to believe in innovation. We call it linguistic innovation or linguistic creativity. So you need to value that kind of innovation. So if your students come up with an innovative word or a new word and you don't understand it, you don't punish them for that. Rather, you ask them to explain what it means. And that's how the field develops. And that is why, if you listen to the first question Smith asked, that is why we have more words in English today. Because every year they keep updating the Cambridge Dictionary and they keep adding new words. Where are these new words coming from? These new words are coming as a result of linguistic creativity. That as English spreads into different parts of the world, they get into contact with other languages in this context. As a result, they are used as part of English words. And so they can now add it to the Cambridge Dictionary. So encourage creativity, number 1, is to believe in innovation. And number 2, to encourage innovation. And this encouragement is as a result of the fact that the learners have a rich repertoire of resources that they flexibly use as they communicate. And so you would realize that sometimes they use words that are a combination of different languages or different words combined together. In this case, as a teacher, as a translanguaging teacher who wants to evaluate your students from a translanguaging perspective, you do not punish for such innovations, because it is such innovations that leads to legitimization, that leads to dictionary addition. So we don't punish them as deviating from, but rather we encourage them as part of their way of showing how creative through innovation they are with using different repertoire resources. I'm not sure if that helps you.
Okay, thank you.
If we have more questions, I'd like to take them.
Any other questions?
It doesn't have to be a question. It could be a comment. It could be an observation. It could be something you want to share with your own context. I could only be able to provide examples based on my own research, based on Thailand and other contexts I've been to. But you can also share with us some interesting examples from your own context. You know, it could be from classroom, it could be from society, it could be from anything, airport, anything, it could be from anything. How the translanguaging situation there looks like.
Hey, doctor, I got another question. So about teacher education and the teachers' professional development to help the teachers effectively implement translanguaging in the classroom, in addition to cultivating their critical language awareness, in what other aspects do teachers need to enhance their professional qualities? Thank you.
Sorry, I was a little bit muted. I want to be sure I understand your question correctly. So could you repeat it again?
So in what other aspects do teachers need to enhance their professional qualities?
Okay.
Apart from cultivating their critical language awareness.
Okay, so if you look at this slide, I provided for you just 3 of them. And these 3 could be considered as broad categories for other ways of promoting teacher development. You also have teacher development seminars or workshop. So it could be through a workshop, it could be through a seminar, it could be through international conferences, like I mentioned. It could be through field trip. So teachers get on a field trip just to spend time with other teachers and be able to learn from each other. It could be a whole lot of things. And I understand that different schools or varsities, they've got different kinds of programs like this. In my university, we have, and I think BRU too has, we have once a year, all the teachers will have to go on a trip to another province where it's just teachers interacting with teachers, getting to share pedagogic ideas and all of that as a way of professional development. Other context, part of professional development is for them to be able to read a new book. There is a university I know where they ask each teacher to, in 1 year, to read one new book. So you read one new book as a way of professional development. Then they organize a forum where you come to that forum and there are other teachers there and you share with other teachers what you have read from that book. It can be a book, it can be a research article. So you have forums like this, you have forums like this where professional development can be built. I think it depends on what each university or schools actually adopt, but there are lots and lots of other ways that professional development can be built. It's not just one way, it could be several ways integrated. It could be a trip for BRU. I know they also have this yearly trips for teachers in the faculty. They also have the yearly international ELT conference and other professional development programs. So you see, there are a lot of ways for professional development to be enhanced for teachers.
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Yeah, Professor, I've got a question. As you said that the translanguaging in promoting the cultural understanding. So I just want to ask you, and how can we measure the effectiveness of translanguaging in promoting cultural understanding, especially among the students from the different backgrounds?
Okay, that's a very beautiful question. I can scroll back a little bit. I think I mentioned that somewhere for you. Cultural linguistic. Okay, I think it's point number 5, where I talked about cultural understanding. Now, let me explain that a little bit nicely for you to understand. Remember again that translanguaging promotes and allows for the usage of different repertoire resources or different languages. Intercultural communication indicates a situation where we have to communicate with other people from different cultural backgrounds. So if we have this kind of diversity in terms of language use, and diversity in terms of cultural backgrounds. So how do we evaluate is the question. So to do that, like I said here, you need to assess the student's ability to navigate cultural nuances. What I mean by cultural nuances is the fact that you are checking for intercultural competence. So when they are communicating with other people, their interlocutors from other cultures, given that they're supposed to be aware of cultural differences and they're supposed to have been equipped with cultural knowledge of these different cultures. So you want to check how well do they navigate? How well do they communicate with people from other cultures in a way that shows the value of the cultures, in a way that shows they are aware of what is appropriate? Because remember, I said that what is appropriacy, it's relative. What is appropriate in Thailand may be inappropriate in Vietnam. What is appropriate in Mahasarakham may be inappropriate in Buriram, for example. So appropriacy, it's relative and it's context dependent. So if they express themselves, if they use a particular word that shows respect in the other culture, then we can say that that is a very good student culturally because they have just shown a sense of cultural awareness in that particular instance by using culturally appropriate language within that intercultural context. So the key focus in an intercultural setting through translanguaging is for students to be able to know means to adapt, for students to be flexible enough to know when to say what and to whom and where. When to say what, to whom, and where. When to say what, to whom, and where. That's the whole notion of assessing the cultural aspect from a translanguaging stance. Because when to say what, so you say what because it's relevant within that particular context, showing value and respect for that interlocutor because of the context in which you find yourself, and being able to change to another more appropriate language as you go across different interlocutors. So again, assessment here, it's key. Assessment here, it's key because you're checking for flexibility, you're checking for awareness, you're checking for flexibility, you're checking for how learners adapt across as they go through different cultural, using language that is appropriate across different cultures, depending on their context of interaction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
All right. I think we can think of more questions to ask Winnie, so probably we take a short break.
Yes, yes, thank you, Dr. Eric.
And when we come back, we can take more questions and then I'll dive into the other part. All right.
Okay, we will now take a 15-minute break. Please return to your seats by 2:45 p.m. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. With the lecture session. Dr. Eric, the floor is yours.
All right, Whitney, thank you very much again, and welcome back, everybody, from the short break. I understand it's an intensive workshop for a day, but I hope that you're learning something, you're finding this session interesting, and also you're grabbing a cup of coffee or tea as you're listening. I'll try on this second part, which is the last part, I'll try to wrap things up by 3:15 into 3:30. Let's see how that works out, so that we can leave more time for questions and answers and other kinds of discussions. All right, so I'm going to leave more time for that. So on to this part 4, it's about case studies and discussion. And here, I want to give you a few case studies. Remember, one of the things I said about teachers being empowered to apply or to incorporate translanguaging in their teaching is to look at success stories. Because I think one of the challenges with translanguaging is some teachers still feel that it's impossible to apply translanguaging in the classroom. Some feel like, I can't even think of how we're going to be applying this thing or incorporating this thing or incorporating this particular approach in teaching. So if you have this kind of worries, one of the things you want to do is to look at success stories. What do I mean by success stories? Is to look at research published with translanguaging in incorporation. And like I said, there are lots of research that have been published so far, given that translanguaging is an interesting and a trendy term in research. So you realize that there are a lot of case studies where translanguaging has been reported to be successful. And something you might want to note about this is the fact that when you think about such success stories and you look at how it was implemented or applied in other contexts, it gives you an idea of how to incorporate the same principles within your own context. So one of the things is to analyze real-world examples of translanguaging in action, for example, in the classrooms, in the communities, in the workplaces. And I think we've discussed this elaborately, but let me just show you this research. This is a research by Ami and Michelle. So Ami and others, Michelle and Hart. Michelle, no, Ami and Michelle and Hart. They did a research on translanguaging, and I took this from the website, and you can download it from the website. It's from the International Journal of Multilingualism. It's a top-tier journal in Tier 1, Scopus indexed, of course. So the paper, it's Translanguaging for Intercultural Communication in International Higher Education, Transcending English as a Lingua Franca. So you can, if you read this article, you get a beautiful understanding of what we have been discussing today. If you look at just an excerpt of the article that says, the article seeks to explore intercultural communication among a group of students with diverse linguistic and sociocultural backgrounds in an English medium transnational university in China. All right, so the focus here is on multilingual students' practices and perception of English as a lingua franca, and how that the understanding of English as a lingua franca here is informed by the fact that the students are multilingual and that they are within an intercultural context, and they are looking at it from a translanguaging lens. Okay, so they explore multilingualism, multimodalities, speciality, and linguistic practices as it relates to ELT in an international education context. Again, the paper is downloadable from the website, and you can read the full article to get a better understanding of what we've been discussing today. Another case you can think of is this one. This is an article we published last December on translanguaging stands and practices of multilingual undergraduate. We're looking at a case of EMI-driven universities in Thailand and Malaysia. So here we're looking at we're doing a comparative analysis of so-called EMI universities. Remember the question I think somebody asked about face, how saving face jeopardizes language acquisition. So it's one of the things here where universities will report that they are EMI, their programs are EMI, but the actual practice, so that's what they say in theory, but the actual practice, it's not EMI at all. The actual practice, it's translanguaging. So we were looking at the translanguaging stance and practices of these multilingual students, because the students in these EMI-driven universities, in this EMI-driven program to Thailand and Malaysia, were supposed to be learning English in English. They were supposed to be learning whatever they are learning, content and language, in the English language. That's what the theory says. That's what the policy says. But we realized that, but we realized that this wasn't the case. That in practice, the students were actually learning through translanguaging. And so it was a beautiful piece of research we did. And basically, it looks at the shift towards English medium instruction in higher education. It highlights the growing need to explore translanguaging practices among multilingual students, because as more institutions adopt translanguaging pedagogy, remember I said it's an innovative pedagogy, it's a trendy pedagogy, it's more practical, more suitable for today's intercultural learners. So more universities are now open, adopting and adapting translanguaging to suit their own context. Therefore, there is a call for cross-sectional studies to examine students' perspectives and practices in this area. We looked at this across 2 countries. You can also look at translanguaging practices across different universities or different schools within your province. You can also do a cross-sectional study, within your own province, within your own city, within your own country. You don't have to make it really international like we did for this one. I think we're able to do it this way because it was a funded project, so we had the funds to travel to these countries. But if you're doing it as a student, you want to manage your budget and everything else, you can just look at schools within your own province or your own city, and that should be fine. Another study that actually examines the success and challenges of implementing translanguaging in diverse contexts is this other study. And again, it's downloadable. Like I said, these are excerpts I took from the website, so that you know where to get the information from. Here, the paper actually looks at the challenging task of establishing meaningful translanguaging in multicultural or multilingual classroom, how that necessitates negotiation between different stakeholders. And they are looking at how such negotiation requires navigation or investigation of the context and ways in which translanguaging may be implemented as the suitable teaching strategy. So the focus of the paper basically is looking at the challenges of translanguaging, as we have mentioned here, and saying that regardless of the fact that there are some challenges with translanguaging in terms of assessment, in terms of incorporation, in terms of setting up assessment rubrics, that it has more potentials for English language teaching, not just to teachers, but also to students, and not also to students, but also to scholars or to policymakers. So it highlights the potentials of translanguaging pedagogy as a useful approach for English language teaching in today's world. So these are some of the things that we need to put in mind as being very, very important. So this is the point where I'd like us to have a group discussion. So what I'm going to do here is, so there are 3 different prompts here, and I'm going to give you about 2 minutes. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to look at each of these prompts. And then what I wanted to do is, after 2 minutes, I'm going to ask us to share our ideas based on this prompt. You can share your idea on any of them, but I want us to look at them, prepare your answers. I'll give you about 2 minutes to prepare your answers on this prompts, and then share your ideas based on what you found out. So the first one is applying translanguaging principles to specific teaching context. So you can look at it in terms of what are the possibilities, what are the challenges of applying translanguaging principles to specific teaching context. You can pick a context as a case, all right? I want our discussion to be more directed. So you can pick the case of maybe your province or your country. It can be your province, it can be your country, and you can talk about how easy or difficult it is to apply translanguaging within the particular context. The second is to develop action plans or lesson plans for integrating translanguaging into research or teaching practices. I think we touched a little bit about this through one of the questions, but we can talk about this a little bit more about how can we develop a good action plan. And I'd like for you to, especially those of you from different contexts like China, Vietnam, Thailand, Cameroon, I'd like for you to share your ideas about how action plans for translanguaging can be developed within your own context. What are the realities or what is the situation of your context with regards to this? I'd like to know. And lastly would be issues about ethics. So addressing ethical considerations and potential challenges in implementing translanguaging. So we've talked about the challenges, but this is about ethical issues or considerations of implementing translanguaging. So please take out 2 minutes to look at these prompts, and then it will be time for discussions. Remember, there is no right or wrong answer. I'd just like to know your thought and to know your ideas about these prompts here. So 2 minutes, please.
Okay.
So by 2 minutes after 3, I think we should start so we have 1 more minute before we start the discussion. So again, remember that there is no right or wrong answer. The whole purpose is just to share your ideas. And I just want to learn from your own context. I think that's the essence of this, just to learn from your own context what the situation is like and what are some of the challenges and possible solutions of incorporating these principles within your own context. So it will be interesting to learn what your context is about. I think we should be able to hear from Vietnam. Wang, you should be able to share with us your ideas from the Vietnamese context. I would like to also know what happens in China as well. Smith should be able to tell us something about Cameroon. And then somebody from Thailand should be able to tell us, Pacharida and any other person should tell us something about translanguaging in Thailand as well. So I think at this point in time, the group questions are on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody can kindly unmute their microphones, pick any of the prompts and share your thought on what you think about this issue so we all can learn from each other. So it's an open floor for discussion now.
Okay, I would like to share something related to Vietnamese context. Vietnam is a multilingual context, but a long time ago, I guess Vietnamese teachers have ever used translanguaging, but they don't know the name of the term because Vietnamese teachers are often use technology to support their learning or visual. They only use body language, but the thing Vietnamese teachers haven't used is that they don't feel very confident to use all students full linguistic repertoire or resources in their teaching because Vietnamese teachers seem to be strictly adherent to English only instruction. They don't dare. They feel very shy if they use Vietnamese during their teaching process because students are also influenced by monolingualism. If teachers use a lot of L1 or ethnic minority languages, the student may not highly appreciate teachers' English proficiency. So there is a big gap between there is a conflict between their belief and practices. Teachers recognize that the benefit of translanguaging in teaching but can benefit students a lot when they study English, but they seem to be hesitant to imply this approach in their teaching because of policy, maybe school or students as well, and even their parents. So they in Vietnam, to be honest, they have ever used translanguaging pedagogy in their teaching, but maybe it's in I mean that they don't know how to integrate translanguaging in their teaching process in an effective way. They just they also do that, but they don't know the term exactly what they are doing. They just help students to just facilitate their teaching during their teaching process. Right. So when I come back to Vietnam and I haven't been doing research on that. If my research is successful, I will maybe I will organize a conference, a workshop to share something related to this kind of wishing to teaching teachers in my province, in my country. They know the benefit of using integrating Translanguaging in their teaching. And one more thing I would like to share related to ethics consideration. Maybe in class, in my context, Lâm province, there are most students speak Vietnamese and English, and some of them speak ethnic minority languages. So sometimes teacher have a lot of difficulties in integrating, in incorporating student full linguistic resources because teachers cannot understand exactly the culture and the language, ethnic minorities language of the students. So it's really hard for them to conduct the lesson integrating with Translanguaging effectively. And one more thing, maybe it's related to equity. If teachers really know, right, the ethnic minority language, for example, but other students don't know that, maybe there is something related to unfair. Maybe teachers seem to prioritize students with who they can communicate with their ethnic minority language, for example. So sometimes it's a big problem, and it's very easy to misunderstand, to have misunderstanding between teacher and student. Maybe other students think that that teacher will prior to maybe have some priority with that student, for example. So it's sometimes it's related to equity in class when we use Translanguaging in multilingual context.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Huang, for sharing. Just to indicate that Huang is my PhD student from Vietnam, and she's conducting research on translanguaging in Vietnamese context. And Vietnam seems to be quite an interesting context when it comes to research in this area, because as she pointed out a while ago, the teachers seem to practice translanguaging, but they don't agree with the fact that what they are doing is true. So they seem to be uncomfortable with the term translanguaging, but their practice, it's all translanguaging. And so that kind of complexity makes it an interesting context for translanguaging research, as she would be delving into actual beliefs and practices of translanguaging within the Vietnamese context. And she's going to be collecting very natural, authentic data from classroom interactions to be able to support this kind of claim and to make available huge contributions in the field in not just Vietnam, but other contexts as well. All right, that's a beautiful context there. Let's hear from China, Cameroon, Thailand. Tell us about your context.
Smart, are you ready?
Right.
Cameroon first.
I Cameroon first. Oh.
你得说的英语都成了二十个了。
Mr. Smith.
All right. Good afternoon once again, Dr. Eric, and to all the professors attending and participants. So first, I know I'm from Cameroon, and I can share some translanguaging practices that are being used in the Cameroonian context. However, I would blend the two. That means sharing a little bit about Cameroon and then context specific in Thailand. So first, in Cameroon, Cameroon is a country that has linguistic diversity. Is very, very complex when it comes to language. So because there are about 275 languages that are spoken in Cameroon. And therefore, to use translanguaging in the classroom in one part of Cameroon will employ the use of different languages depending the part of Cameroon that you are actually teaching. For example, in the northwest region of Cameroon, or let's look at a context specific, like in Bengui Central subdivision, which is a subdivision in Momo division of the northwest region of Cameroon. So there are a lot of local languages that are spoken there. And therefore, if you take it in a local perspective, you will discover that students and teachers may make use of several local languages when they are teaching English. For example, they could use the local language. They could use signs, that is multimodal, that is non-verbal communication techniques, or like gestures. And these vary from one region in Cameroon to another. So, but now I want to talk a little bit again, in the Thailand context, where I have been teaching for 8 years now. So I would like to share this based on the teaching of English literature. So when teaching English literature, I apply translanguaging practices in my classroom. The first one is that I integrate Thai and English in discussions. Yes, sometimes you can ask me, is my Thai so good that I can be able to speak the two? Generally, I let students interact within themselves in Thai and English, so that those who have low English proficiency can benefit from the students that have high English proficiency. These I can maybe share the students, I can give project to students to work in groups, maybe about appreciating a poem. These students can appreciate the poem by writing down their answers in both Thai and English. But if they have to come and present their ideas, then they have to speak in English. So I also allow multilingual writing. I permit the student to draft their analysis or reflection using a mix of Thai and English before transitioning to fully using English text. This reduces cognitive load on the students and also help to build their confidence. So another aspect which you've already distinguished between translanguaging and code switching, but still enforcing that code switching is like a subset of translanguaging. So I also encourage code switching, which is a subset of translanguaging. During discussion or presentation, I allow students to switch, or yes, to switch. I can use the word switch because it's code switching, which is an aspect under translanguaging. I allow students to navigate, yes, between English and Thai to express ideas that define it complex, so that we can actually understand what they mean to say. So, however, even though I actually encourage the use of translanguaging practices, especially pedagogical translanguaging practices in my classroom, it is without some challenges. Yes. So the first challenge is resistance from the students. Yeah, some students feel that using Thai might diminish their English proficiency development. Yes, and what I observed amongst the students who hold this view is that most of the students that hold this view are students who have a higher proficiency in English. So they think mostly about themselves without actually looking at the implication that it might have on the students that have low English proficiency. So, but as I tend to explain to them that using translanguaging in class give opportunities to their fellow classmates who might have limited English proficiency to be able to share their views about literary concepts, that is in English literature. So now the students can now see that it's very important to make the classroom inclusive by also letting their friends to share their ideas, whether in a mix of Thai and English, or in English, or in Thai only. So now I encourage them, those of them with high English proficiency, to share their ideas in English. Those that they think that their English proficiency is not very good can use both Thai and English, or as well as even drawings when they are doing their presentation to facilitate their understanding in order for them to give a comprehensive presentation in English language. So these are some of the difficulties and some of the difficulties and the strength of this that I use in my classroom when teaching English literature. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Smith, for sharing with us that very insightful strategies you do employ in your classrooms. And I think I find them really quite interesting, how you do it and how effective it's been for your classes. I think it's a beautiful narrative, and it's something that other teachers can actually emulate in their classroom for effective teaching and learning. So thanks for sharing. Let's get an idea from what's the situation like in China.
You ready? Kelsey is ready. Doctor?
Yes.
So Kelsey from China is ready for the third question.
Yes, so the person can go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Doctor. And now it's our group. We just talk about its ethical considerations and potential challenges in implementing translanguaging. The first one, when implementing translanguaging, we think there were several ethical considerations. The first one, if we talk about the ethical consideration, may just include ensuring that all languages and cultures are respected equally. And then no language or the cultural group is the marginalized. For example, maybe in the classroom setting, and the teachers just need to be careful and not to favor one language over others when evaluating the students' work. So I think this is from the ethical considerations. And then we will talk about the potential challenges. The first one, and there was some resistance from the stakeholders, maybe some teachers, students, or the parents, and maybe accustomed to the monolingual or the bilingual teaching methods. And they just may resist the change to translanguaging. So this may doubt its effectiveness or worry about the complexity it brings. And this is the first one. And next one, a lack of resources. If we just implementing translanguaging may require additional teaching materials and training for teachers and support systems. However, the schools or institutions may not have sufficient resources to meet these needs. So we just think this is the most potential challenges. And another one is about assessment difficulties, just as just now what I asked you, and I will not mention again. And next one, referring to the classroom management, just in the translanguaging classroom, and there may be more language diversity and also fluidity, and which requires teachers to have better classroom management skills to ensure smooth communication and learning. For example, maybe teachers need to manage the balance between the different languages and just prevent the chaos in the language use. So these are some potentials we thought about potential challenges in implementing translanguaging. Thank you, Dr.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing. That was very insightful. And I think the aspect of ethical consideration to mention there in terms of favoring one language over the other, it's very crucial because there is this tendency for teachers to want to favor one language over the other. And that really works at the detriment of the students who have a rich linguistic repertoire, and they are looking for avenues and opportunities to be able to deploy these resources in communication. Let's hear from somebody within a Thai context. Tell us how it works.
Can I share something from my research?
Yes, please.
Okay, so actually my research, it is about pragmatics, but actually I have to observe the classroom interaction. So I would say in the classroom, so it's the nature of the context, it's about ELT because the teacher, she is the Filipino, so she can speak English very well, and also she can speak Thai just a little bit, and also Isan language as well. And also the student in the classroom, including Thai, and they have their first language, it is Isan. And also they have the second language, like Thai and maybe a little bit in English. And moreover, in the classroom that I observed, still have the Cambodia student. And then she can speak English and also maybe can speak Khmer, right? And also they maintain the linguistic repertoire in different diversity, different culture. I would say from my research, I can see the translanguaging that all of the participants, they come from different culture and they try to solve the problem in different languages. So I observe and I can see the teacher she don't want to let, I would say like translanguaging can help the students, feel flexible and feel comfortable to speak. And also the language that they use in Isan, in Thai to speak and get mutual understanding. And moreover, they also use the nonverbal, like nodding their head to show like understand, or even, their face as well. So the thing is that from my perspective, I think actually it's because of the teacher as well, because from my interview, she also mentioned about she really, tends to use, translanguaging to maintain the conversation flow. And also students also feel, relaxed and use their language to solve the communication problem, even in Thai or even Isan. And then she also realized that translanguaging is very important because, like, it's very useful to get mutual understanding with each other, because students in Thai, they cannot even use English to speak because it's quite a little bit hard for them. She also let students think by themselves in Thai and in Isan, and then, like body as well. She realized that body and student performance still very important. She believed that even they are Thai or, they use Isan language, students still have their capability or the performance to speak English, even any languages. So my research also, can capture lots of things. I think it's very useful and it's very beautiful to think about how the translanguaging is very useful for, our education field. And moreover, about the pedagogical, I think the excerpt from the conversations, even Thai, even English, or even Lao Isan language, we can use all of the excerpts to be the supplementary book or even the exercise to let students see how exactly the language used to maintain the mutual understanding. I think they can learn from many kinds of interaction or many kinds of, actually for me, it is the interactional pragmatic strategy, like the communication strategy. So they can learn from how they use it, even translanguaging, to solve the communication problem by learning from the real conversation from them, from the conversation from their classroom activity. Yeah, so this is my research and also my observation that I think it's very useful to think about the translanguaging and nonverbal and so on and so forth. So thank you so much, Ka.
Okay, thank you very much, Pinky Pico, for your very nice and insightful observations. Just to indicate that Pinky is my PhD student. She's going to be completing her doctoral degree very, very soon. She's going to be doing her final defense soon. And I think one very beautiful thing she mentioned here is the fact that her research, which I really love about her research as it relates to our webinar today, is the fact that she's conducting her research within an English as a lingua franca context. And if you did listen to my presentation on English as lingua franca, I did mention that in a situation like this, English is the only medium of communication when you have participants who are from different linguistic backgrounds. So in her classroom context, the teacher is from the Philippines, the students are Thai, some of them from Cambodia, and the only language they could use, the shared linguistic repertoire there, it's English. But interestingly enough, from our observation and even with the interview, translanguaging emerged as a very, very useful tool to solve communication problems. So you see that even in ELF interaction, there could still be communication problems, and translanguaging seemed to be an effective strategy in solving this kind of communication problem, which that to me, it's very interesting because previous research would suggest otherwise. But from her research, we could actually see the potentials of translanguaging even in ELF interaction. And that is why the focus of our talk today is transcending beyond English as a lingua franca by incorporating translanguaging in intercultural communication. All right, so anybody has any other thing to share before we...
Can I share my experience?
Yes.
I do the research in translanguaging to find the perspective from Thai teachers about translanguaging. Thailand is look like a monolingual countries, but there is a lot of linguistic diversity. Many people speak two or more language. And from my research and for my participants that they respond my questionnaires, I got some answer that most of teachers that agree that translanguaging is very useful and can help students understand the content they can learn. They feel more comfortable to use English in class, but some of teachers had a concern about how to balance to use English and Thai in classroom, because how to balance, because why it be English classroom when we use Thai to teach like that. Some teachers is concerned about it and worry about it. I think because there is a lack of serious training or workshop about translanguaging in Thailand. I hope that our education service area or Ministry of Education have the workshop or training for teachers, preparing teachers to teach translanguaging and integrate the translanguaging in classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pacharida, for that very insightful contribution there. And again, your research really, really highlights the things we've been discussing here, that teacher training or teacher education and professional development, it's so important because it is through teacher training, teacher education, or professional development that teachers can be equipped with the necessary skills that they need, strategies, techniques that they need for effective incorporation or implementation of translanguaging pedagogy in the classroom. All right. Having said that and having had this beautiful contributions from all of you, I feel so happy to have listened to you all, because it actually tells me that you've been following the lecture from morning to now, and your contributions actually gives me a better understanding of the linguistic situations of the different contexts from Vietnam to Cameroon to Thailand and also across China. So thank you very much for sharing. And it is on this note of our group discussion that I have come to the end of my lectures today. We have a couple of minutes. I'm not sure what's going to be happening within the next couple of minutes, but this will be it for me for my lecture for today. But I'll be happy to take more questions, to take more comments, to address any concerns you may have. So Whitney, back to you, but I'm open for questions if you have.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Eric, for such an informative and thought-provoking lecture. We will now open the floor for questions. Shenshan, you got a question? Okay, Doctor. Shanshan got a question.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon.
My academic background is in art and design. So I'd like to know how translanguaging can be effectively integrated into teaching English to art students, particularly in activities involving visual literacy or creative expression. are there specific strategies or frameworks that align well with both artistic and linguistic objectives? Thank you.
Okay, so your background is you're looking at students from art and creative art. Now, whatever kind of art it is, I think it's so beautiful because if you remember very well, and I can go back to the slide if you want me to, I was giving you different strategies for assessing translanguaging to students across different backgrounds. And I did mention 5 key points there. And one of the things I talked about is mind mapping. I talked about mapping, where I did say that you could give students a particular concept, and that's what fine art is all about. Fine art, it's all about students expressing their concept or their ideas through artistry. It could be drawing, it could be design, it could be anything of that kind. And so what you can do is you can actually ask students to think about a concept, which is what art does. Art is simply an expression of concept. It's an expression of ideas. You can ask them to think about any concept or any ideas in art, and you can then ask them to do a mind mapping, okay, of concept or conceptual mind mapping, where they can think about, if you pick any topic, I'm not very versed with that area, but if you pick up any topic, any concept in that area, you can ask them to mind map. To mind map means to draw and to plot different components of that particular concept to be able to express a fuller meaning of what they are trying to say. In this case, because their background is art, they may not benefit so much from verbal resources or linguistic resources, but they will be fully deploying multimodal resources, because art, it's all about multimodals, it's all about visuals, it's all about nonverbal expressions. So for art students, I think the part of translanguaging that would be so relevant to them would be modalities, the different modes: verbal, nonverbal, and visual. And I think visual mode is the most relevant for them, because they can be able to produce their concept through a visual representation of any kind. So if you go, for example, if you see an artwork, it can be sculpture, it can be anything of that kind. It's an expression of a thought. It's an expression of an idea. And all of that can be gotten through, mind mapping as a translanguaging strategy. A theory to back this up, I mentioned already several different theories that can, support this kind of students. You can think about sociocultural theory. You can think about ecological theory, which I did explain. And I think you can look through the slide to refresh your memory. But all of these things, they actually, because the ecological theory, which fits so nicely with art in general, is the sense that it looks at the linguistic interplay of the environment. So, for example, before you come up with a concept of art, if you take, for example, sculpture again, what kind of sculpture do you want to do? Where do you want to have this sculpture placed in the society? It's a thorough thinking of all of these things from an ecological perspective that you make such linguistic choices, depending on what you think it signifies for the people. So theory-wise, you will think of ecological theory, you will think of sociocultural theory, and in terms of translanguaging strategy-wise, you will think of visual representation, because I think art students are best expressing themselves through visuals than through words.
Okay, thank you. Helped me a lot.
I'm glad I could provide some answers. Don't worry, if after today you still don't understand, just talk to Agent A. He's very active in this area as well.
Thank you, Doctor. Any other questions from the online students? That's no questions here, Doctor.
I would like to ask a question.
I think somebody has a question in the yes, online. I think somebody has a question.
Yeah, I would like to ask Professor a question. Well, I have read some article. They said that translation is one of the feature of translanguaging. But some other scholars mention that translation is some is considered code switch, because when a student translate from the language into another language, they cannot use full linguistic resources. So it's just focus on language separation. So please can you tell me something about this? Can you clarify between translation and translanguaging? Sometimes it seem to be overlap between the two concepts. Is it right, Professor?
Okay, thank you very much for that very kind observation. Again, the whole idea of translation, code switching, translanguaging, like I said at the very beginning, if you understand the fact that, because issues about translation and code switching, it's just looking at resources across languages. But remember, I said translanguaging goes beyond languages. So it looks at across and beyond. So in the word of Smith, code switching would be a subset of translanguaging, just as translation. And that is why I agree with the scholars who say that translation is a strategy of translanguaging. Because if you think about translation, it actually goes back to the origin or the original definition of translanguaging in Wales between English and Welsh. So it's a strategy, because if you think about translanguaging, it's a huge concept that goes across, beyond, and even further beyond languages when you think of other aspects of multimodalities. So if you want to understand code switching, you want to understand translation, of course, these are different areas. And one of the things to do in translation is to code switch. So code switching is one of the things to do in translation, whether it's back or forward translation. I think Ajahn Ek knows more about translation, but whatever you do in translation, it's all about code switching. But translanguaging goes beyond translation. It goes beyond code switching to look at other aspects of language use. Because remember that translanguaging is as effective in bilingual context where we have code switching or translation as it is in multilingual context where we have more languages spoken. So consider translation code switching as one of the strategies or one of the ways to understand translanguaging, but also know that translanguaging is more than translation. Translanguaging is more than code switching.
Thank you so much, Professor. I would like to ask you one more question. For example, implementing translanguaging in teaching is really challenging. For example, I just suppose a situation. In my context in Lamdong province, there are students in one class, students speak 3 languages. The first one, all of them have to speak Vietnamese and the target language English, and only very few of them speak ethnic minorities. Right, but we also a teacher try their best to leverage all of their full linguistic resources to facilitate teaching and learning. But in case teacher cannot understand ethnic minority, so it's language related to culture as well. So it's really hard for teacher to integrate Translanguaging to related to language and culture. In this case, what should we do? And another case, in one class, there are three, for example, students. As you mentioned before, when we integrate Translanguaging, we need to group students with the same level. English proficiency, the same English proficiency, the same linguistic resources, the same culture to help them to work together better. But in case only one student speak one language, ethnic minority, another ethnic minority, and another one. So it's really hard for teachers to group to help her to create a very good group to help students to share their full linguistic or cultural resources. So it's a big challenge for teacher to implement Translanguaging in effective way in this situation. What do you think? In this situation, what should I do as a teacher?
Okay, thank you for your kind observation again. Let me answer your questions going backward. I'll start with the second observation. The second observation where you're painting a situation of group work and you're mentioning that the students are not all of the same proficiency level. Now, let me say this. I only mentioned group work as an example. I did not say that group work is the only way Translanguaging can be implemented in the classroom. I had a slide here where I introduced you to 10 different activities that teachers can use to incorporate Translanguaging in the classroom. And I also talk about individual activities. Remember, I mentioned stimulated recall as an example. I talked about reflexivity as well. So the activities in your classroom don't only have to be group work. I only said group in the case where you have students of the same proficiency level. You can group them together if that's the purpose of your class. But if you don't want to do group activities, you can do individual work. You can ask them to do individual projects. I talked about project-based assessment. I talked about community-based assessment. I also talk about portfolio assessment. I also talk about keeping journals. Keeping journals, it's an individual project. It's not a group project because it's your diary, it's your journal, it's your journey. All right. So there are a lot of other ways. So if you have a class where you have this diversity and you don't seem to have students grouped together for effective teaching, you can do individual tasks through project-based learning. So you can do that through project-based learning. And then the first situation you mentioned about where we have different languages in the context, okay, all the learners share Vietnamese, but differences in minority languages, and the teacher doesn't know the minority languages. So what do you do? Now, think about it like this. There is Translanguaging as a teacher resource, and there is Translanguaging as a student resource. There is Translanguaging as a teacher resource, and there is Translanguaging as a student resource. In the case where the students share a minority language that the teacher doesn't understand, then we are talking about Translanguaging as a student resource. In this case, like the example Smith gave, you don't need to understand the minority language to allow them to use the minority language. So if you give them a task to do, for example, because the point is about them understanding each other and understanding the task. It's not about you, the teacher. So it's for the students to use Translanguaging as a student resource, as a resource for them to share ideas in their group, as a resource for them to understand the context, the concept, and the content, as a resource for them to brainstorm on ideas, as a resource for them to think of how to present the ideas. And then when it gets to sharing the ideas with the class, they now do it in the language that the teacher also understands, because this is where the teacher evaluates. The teacher evaluates the presentation or the performance. The teacher doesn't evaluate the brainstorming. And so if the teacher also wants to evaluate brainstorming, then the teacher can test their metacognitive ability through reflexivity or through stimulated recall interview. You can ask them later, what were you thinking when you use this minority language here? What do you mean by this minority language in this instance? So think about translanguaging as a student resource in a situation where the teacher doesn't share the same linguistic repertoire with the students. This is the case with myself in Thailand. My Thai is not so good, but I allow my students to use Thai. It's not about me understanding what the students are saying. It's about the students being able to understand what I have asked them to do, to understand what I'm teaching them by using the Thai language. And so when it comes to me evaluating them and for them presenting in the classroom, then I have to ask them to speak English, because English is the language I understand. That's situation A. Situation B is translanguaging as situation C, rather, as teacher-student resource. So you have translanguaging as a student resource, which I've explained, translanguaging as a teacher resource, you have translanguaging as a student-teacher resource. This is a situation where the teacher and the students share the same linguistic repertoire. A good example is a Thai teacher teaching Thai students or teaching students who all can speak Thai. It becomes so both of them, both the teacher and the students, are using Thai language as a teaching learning resource. And the teacher can understand what they are saying, and the students can also understand what they are saying. But in the case where the teacher doesn't understand the minority language, the teacher can still encourage the learners to use the minority language, because it's about them understanding the learning process, and they can now present in the language the teacher understands later, so the teacher can evaluate or assess their performance.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just took my screenshot of Ambele. Right. You know what I mean.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Eric. We're truly grateful for this incredibly informative and deeply thought-provoking lecture and your detailed answers to the questions. It has been an eye-opening experience, and we've learned so much from it. The knowledge and insights you shared have left a lasting expression, and we're confident that they will have a positive impact on our future studies and work. Thank you so much. As we draw today's event to a close, I would like to invite the Ph.D. in ELT Chair, Associate Professor, Dr. Akalapong Nurmaihong, Dr. Akalapong Nurmaihong to deliver the closing remarks. Thank you all for your energetic participation and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Whitney, for pronouncing my surname very clearly. All right, this a part of translanguaging, I guess. So don't try to pronounce my nickname in an English accent. All right, just pronounce in Thai accent. It's translanguaging. So Nurmaihong, like that. That's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I very certain that all of you do agree with me that today webinar is very provocative, all right, and very insightful, very practical. Because the content presented by our invited speaker today is very crystal clear, together with very wonderful examples. But the thing is, I worry very much is you cannot remember what was presented by our professor today. Anyway, he's very kind to provide us with his talk PowerPoint that I already forward to you. And in that PowerPoint, whatever relevant to translanguaging is there. So please keep reading it, repeat it again and again. If you cannot understand, feel free to ask me or ask Dr. Eric directly. He is a very kind professor. And in his PPT, he also show us the sample articles, all right? Sample article, 3 articles presented in his article. Very, very good indeed. It is about translanguaging and in intercultural communication. So please keep reading that articles, and then you will get some solid idea how to apply it to your current study. At this time, Professor Eric is with us online, but we highly hope to have him in person very soon. All right, and I think that's very that's very wonderful for all of us to ask him in person. Not just only PhD student at BAU today attend the webinar actively, but also our academic PhD partners from Mahasarakham University, อาจารย์พิกล อาจารย์แพทย์ อาจารย์วู Thank you so much, Ajahn Vivathana. Thank you so much indeed. But don't forget to invite us if you have the webinar workshop like this at Momoso Mahasarakham. All right. We will come and sit in and attend the workshop organized by Mahasarakham University. So thank you very much indeed, all of you. And of course, I would like to invite all of you, please join me again in giving a big round of applause to express our sincere thanks to event speaker, Dr. Eric, for his wonderful talk. Thank you so much. ขอบคุณครับ อาจารย์ Dr. Eric. And please allow me to take this chance to declare our webinar officially closed. Thank you. See you again next time. Take care. Bye bye. ขอบคุณและสวัสดีครับ เชียร์ thank you ขอบคุณครับ
谢谢，ขอบคุณครับ。